morning. Good morning, third teachers. Hello. Thank you for reporting to jury duty on a Saturday morning. It is not what we're used to, but this is what happens with jury, juries being sequestered. So good morning. Welcome. Come on in. Take your seats. Hello, hello. I am glad to see y'all. I am hoping for a verdict today, or at least some kind of, even if it ends up being hung jury, maybe at least we'll have an answer today. But I'm hoping that they are able to come to a conclusion and a decision and an agreement so that we can move on with our lives. Because, this is the trial that doesn't end. Before we go any further, we have to congratulate our first to the tailgate. Wait, hold on. I don't want to miss the names. This is important. Now. Why does this only skip for me? And it never skips for JT. Why does it only skip for me? We're going to try this again. Jess Dawson, congratulations. Here we go. Hold on. This is just... The day's off to a great start. Let me move back over here. I'm going to have to figure out how to move those names a little bit so that I don't have to keep moving myself and that we can still see all. So congratulations to our first in the tailgate, getting everything set up for us, making the coffee, turning on the lights, all that good stuff. Good morning. Lots of love from Ireland. Verdict day. That's what we're hoping for. I guess we'll find out. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's see. Let's go ahead and put it up there. We'll see. We'll see if this is the day. If not, we might go into tomorrow too. I think that they are getting close to hopefully coming to an agreement though. We saw the questions that they asked, so we know the things that they were fussing about. So maybe, whoever needed to convince whoever else, maybe we'll hear it. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope to hear something soon. Yes. Thank you all for joining us on a lovely Saturday. Yeah, I was planning on having a beach day today. However, you know what? Maybe if we can get a verdict before lunchtime, I can still get out there and get some sun. So we'll see. Marie Mouse says, thanks for all the support on Twitter after stats posted. If y'all didn't see it, I retweeted it, but she's the real MVP of this trial, keeping up with all of the sidebars and all of the time that they've spent in recess and sidebars and all of that. It was shocking to see the final numbers. So we appreciate that so much, because that was something that was one of those things that we were all excited to see, what they said, what you said every day, what all came up with. So, and I'm sure she went through like 47 pencils having to write all this stuff down. Let's see. My little sound effects thing is still not working today. I didn't have a chance to work on it yesterday. So I'm really sad about that, but we are going to work on it because I had so much fun with it. And I think, y'all know how I am with tech stuff. Let's be honest. So I think I'm going to try to work on that today and get it back up and going because it was so fun to hear all of the little inputs. And my obnoxious cash register stuff and everything. So I'm going to see if we can get that back up and going. Also, we have the court documents for Taylor Schabusiness, who we will be starting on Monday. I will tell you that the Schabusiness trial is a gruesome one. It is gruesome. That part is not going to be fun. But the perk of the Schabusiness trial is that we already know that she did it. There's no question about that. We know she did it. So hopefully we won't have a lot of, arguments and people coming in trying to start fights, about who's right and who's wrong. So it will be gory and that part will be difficult to deal with. But it will be nice to go into it not having, everybody on social media split and fussing with each other. So that part's nice. I will, I bet my son could fix it. Where did that comment just go? He's a lot younger and smarter with all the technology stuff than I am. So when he's not working, I'm going to get him to come over. So the jury was selected yesterday for Schabusiness, and let's see, they selected 4 alternates. We heard them talking yesterday in the hearing about 4 alternates. You know what? When you say stuff like that, and then you look at your name, anything for clicks, it all makes sense. Look at you always coming in here starting trouble. Just joking. Good morning, anything for clicks. It's good to see you. Good morning, Nurse for God. Hello. I see people still filing on in too. Come on in. Nothing yet. They just got it started recently, so nothing yet. We're just gonna stalk them until we hear something. Okay, so they selected the jury yesterday after the hearing that we watched, and they have. We heard them say that they're going to do 4 alternates. So they have 4 alternates. So they have the 12 jurors, 4 alternates. So 9 women and 7 men were selected for the Taylor Schabusiness trial. So that's the only information that I've seen so far. I'm sure we'll find out more as time goes by, but that's all we've got as of this moment. Yes, let justice shine as bright as the Florida sun. And it is bright, especially this morning. If y'all did not see yesterday, I like to, I posted it. I was out there for sunset last night and for sunrise actually yesterday. I'm out there on the beach for sunrise almost every day, but I was out there for sunset last night too. It was so pretty. I actually tried to get online in time for during night court to show everybody, but the sun had already faded by the time it's we were able to get on. But this was our sunset last night. Beautiful, beautiful sunset. And the pictures, of course, never do it justice, but it was just incredible. It's just like this just orange and pink, huge glowing ball. And I love it when it's like that, where it's not so bright that you can't look at it and enjoy it, but it's got like that, orange and pink hue to it, and the whole sky turns those colors. It was just insanely beautiful. There is nothing in the world like a Gulf sunset. I am obsessed. And I know we're in busy season, so there's all these people. My favorite time to watch them is when we're not in busy season, because I love going out there and having the beach, almost to myself. I have so many pictures and videos and stuff of, sunsets and stuff when I go out there, and there's very few people out there. Those are, but we love our tourists. It's what, keeps our little town going. Yes, Jimmy Lawson knows a Gulf sunset. They are beautiful. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. Yeah, they're incredible. It's one of the things that brings me great joy in life. Which is one of the reasons I moved here. All right, let's see here. What have we got going on? The suitcase. Good morning, John Hanson. Good to see you. The suitcase trial was delayed again. I remember reading they had a witness that they said was necessary, that they're trying to get worked out to be there. So they delayed everything again. So, let's see, that one's just delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. Let's see. Kelly P says, my daughter is near you. She is in the Navy at Pensacola. Oh, nice. That's cool. My cousin's son is in the Navy, and I was hoping that he could end up here, but he's in, I think, Japan right now. But him and my son are a year apart and grew up, my cousin and I lived in the same neighborhood. So the boys grew up together and were, best friends. So I'm hoping he can end up here. Jacob would love that. Will the suitcase ever go to trial? At this point, who knows? Who knows? Haley's comment, what are you covering next week? Taylor Schabusiness is what we are covering next week. And it's going to be a doozy. It's supposed to last a week. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, wait, where'd they go? Tommy said, I'll be in Florida for 2 weeks, from Panama City Beach to Bonita Springs. Can't wait. Panama City Beach is beautiful. I've never been to Bonita Springs. Good morning, James Williams. No, there's no verdict yet. They are still deliberating. So we are on verdict watch, and we are going to start looking at our trial that is coming up on Monday. But we've only been on for 15 minutes, so I'm not ready to jump into the gore of Schabusiness yet. So we're going to keep saying hellos for a few more minutes before we jump right into that. Let's see. If this case is found as a mistrial, do you know if it will be with or without prejudice, or does that matter in this situation? It would be without prejudice, because if it's for a mistrial to be with prejudice, it would mean that they can't try him again. So, like if let's say if the DA had, been dirty, doing stuff, or I'm trying to say, it's early Saturday morning, my words are not coming to me. Okay, let's say like the stuff where she was, trying to get stuff in, if she had gone too far to where they called a mistrial on that, then that could be considered with prejudice. So that's one of the double jeopardy things where they wouldn't be able to try them again. I think it was a couple weeks ago, maybe, when we had Bob on and he was explaining the difference in those. But yeah, if it's with prejudice, then it's dismissed forever. If it's a jury can't come to a decision, then that's without prejudice. So then they could retry it. Let's see. What part of Florida am I? I'm in the Panhandle. So I'm like southern Alabama, really. It's Florida, but it's south of Alabama. Did I see RA's post about his camping trip? No, I did not see it. I need to look. Jesse says, I don't like beaches, especially when the sand is deep. I love beaches. Love beaches. Shireen says, I'm wearing my new sidebar t-shirt and it worked. I finished another sidebar. Woohoo! Shireen's so good. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning. Good morning. Will he sit in jail or is he out on bond? He will sit in jail. His attorneys will probably, if it's a hung jury, his attorneys will, file a request. They'll do a request for bond, but the chances of it being granted are slim to none. Kelly, thank you. Kelly says, no place I would rather be than with the 13th Juror fam. Love you. We love you too. Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. I wish my thing was working. I don't know what's going on with it. It's like I overused it that first day. I got too excited, overused it, and now it's like, you know what? We're going to have you chill out for a little while and probably not use all of your cool new sound effects. And I don't know why. I don't know what I did. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. Bot says, good morning to everyone coming in to watch with us. It's so good to see you on this fine Saturday morning. It's fine Saturday morning. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Bot. It's good to see you this morning. Yes. Prejudice and hung jury don't go together. Prejudice only for a mistrial. Yeah. Well, a hung jury would be a mistrial too, but it would be without prejudice. Let's see. Lower Alabama. Well, it kind of is. That's one of the things that everybody says to me. Like, how are you a different time zone than, all of these South Florida cases that you're covering? And I'm like, well, I am in Florida, but I'm basically just in southern Alabama. That's okay. Oh no, RA had some trauma on his trip about son. All well in the end, thank goodness. Oh no. Oh, glad everything's good. Good morning. Good morning. So glad we get to hang on a Saturday. So glad. Yeah. I ended up having to, I changed Lucy's, she was going to go get her hair did this morning, but I ended up having to change that because I couldn't I couldn't guarantee when you know, if a verdict comes and she's done and I would have to go pick her up, it's, you know, a 20-minute, 15-minute drive to get there, and then 15-minute drive back, plus, the 10 minutes it takes inside. So I basically had to reschedule her appointment for Monday evening because I don't know when the verdict is going to come. So thanks a lot, Melly. Thanks a lot. Rose Renee, I literally set an alarm just so I won't miss a second. Oh, we're glad you set an alarm and you're here with us. I set an alarm every single morning, but I wake up before my alarm every single morning. Is a decision being made today? What do y'all think? You think yes? I think it's possible. And do hope. Do a poll. Do a poll if we think that a decision is coming today. Alrighty, let's see. Engage with your audience, start a poll. All right. Do we think a verdict will be reached today? And verdict includes hung jury. This is basically verdict is in a conclusion. Do we think a conclusion is coming? Let's see. I'm blurry. Why? Oh, I am blurry. I wonder why I'm blurry. Why? No idea. No clue. Well, they are deliberating, so they're already in the deliberation room. Let's see. Yes, today is Saturday. It is. We're here on a Saturday. And that's the thing about sequestered juries. If they go through the weekend, that's all right. It's just more time we get to spend together. All right, let's see. My internet glitched. Did I miss anything? Yeah, they read the verdict. Where were you? Just joking. You haven't missed anything. We got our accents in the Panhandle from Alabama. I just tell new people, welcome to Hooverville. Yeah, I got mine from Georgia, but Georgia and Alabama accents are very similar, depending on what part of Georgia. North Georgia accents are different than Southern Georgia accents and all that, but Alabama and Georgia have very similar accents. So in the Panhandle kind of fits in. It's all like one big little area. Oh, my toes cramping. Oh, that sounds lovely. Tosh, sitting outside, taking some sun, and doing laundry, but I have you guys with me. I wish I could be outside today. Let's see. Did I enjoy my beach time last night? Yes. It was so pretty. It was so pretty. Holy crap. His son was near drowning and a spike through his leg. Oh, that just made my heart jump. Oh my gosh, I'm glad everything was okay. Oh gosh, that would be terrifying. Will we see the light when they push it? I don't think so. I didn't the first time, but I have my notifications on. So if, let's see, if, let's see, if Terry's in there today, and I believe she's supposed to be. All right, let's see. Uh, let's see. She's trying to set this up to where we make sure that we get all of them, all of the. Okay, so the only thing she said so far, Melly, jury in the Melly trial began deliberations this morning at 8:52. Courthouse is quiet except for Judge Murphy's courtroom, 4900. So that's the only thing going on in there this morning. But they are deliberating. Let's see what Boom says. And I turned on notifications. So if there's a thing, and she'll, I think she was tweeting them yesterday when the buzzer went off. Let's see. Boom says day 19 of the Melly double murder trial begins at 8:52 a.m. Verdict watch. Jury deliberation continues. So that's what we've got going on inside the courtroom. So we'll try to keep an eye on. Let's see. There will be a verdict too because this jury is beat. Yeah, and think about like this too. They still have to go through the sentencing phase, so they're not even done. You know, if there's a conviction, if it's a hung jury or an acquittal, they're done. But if it's a conviction, they still have to go through the sentencing phase. Oh gosh, and if it's a hung jury, then the families have to sit through all this again, which is awful. Good morning, Latoya. Good morning. Do you think they will deliberate tomorrow or not because of church religious beliefs? I don't know. I've heard, Amos, that's a good question. I've heard both things. I've heard all kinds of things, but I have not been able to get a solid answer that I know is fact. So I've heard that they will, I've heard that they won't, and I've heard that they will, but they start later. So I'm not really sure, and I don't want to say for sure since I haven't been able to confirm. Hopefully they won't even need to. Hopefully we'll be done with this today. Let's see. Haley's comment says, I'm supposed to be out on a kayak, but I am procrastinating. These jurors better get it together. Get it together. Yeah, I'm supposed to be out on the beach. I'm actually technically supposed to still be in bed, being lazy, watching like something that's mind numbing, like Love Island or something. Like just, I try to, on Saturdays to not do anything that requires actual thought. So I watch things like Love Island, and I used to watch Real Housewives. I don't really watch that anymore. It just got really repetitive. So I don't watch that anymore. Vanderpump Rules was one of them. Like just anything that has like ridiculous drama that is mind numbing. I like watching that stuff because it's like a palate cleanser. It's like there's nobody's murdering each other. Everybody's just like sleeping with each other's boyfriends and stuff, and like kissing other people in in corners and whatnot. Like it's nothing that's like actual, and nothing needs to be investigated. You don't have to think about it. It's how I try to reset myself on Saturdays. I watch stuff like that in the mornings, and then try to get outside the beach and stuff. Let's see. All right, I did a short live last night. I have the notification on my YouTube because I have notifications on for him, but I did not get to watch it. So I haven't seen it yet. I was working. I worked till I took a break for sunset and then kept working on stuff for today and to get ready for show business and all of that. So I haven't seen it yet. Oh my gosh, this sounds so good. Okay, I was up at 6 a.m. making over 200 appetizer meatballs for barbecue meatballs for my third son's wedding on August 19th. They'll be frozen and then put together on the day of the wedding. Didn't want to miss this. Oh gosh, I love meatballs. That sounds good. Let's see. It makes sense. Watch Melly as the jury enters every time. So this has been something that a lot of people have noticed when the jury enters. The behavior of not only Melly but also Raven when the jury enters, and it has sparked a lot of speculation based on how they're acting, that there's something going on with the jury. I hope not. Let's see. Already did show us the Airbnb though, so cute. Oh, that's good. I'll have to watch it when we're done here. Wonder if they'll stay sequestered for the penalty phase. I don't think so. I think that this sequestered thing is only for this part. I don't, because they can't really, I mean, they can keep them sequestered, but I don't think that they would, because, this isn't just going to be, okay, if they say guilty, then they go back and decide the punishment. Like there's going to be a whole another, phase of this. Let's see. Yes, the same jury does the penalty phase. It's just, where's JT? Where is JT today? I'm not sure. He's actually, I have a text from him. He is he's got some work to do today. Friday and Saturday are holy days too. I'm a little surprised they work on weekends. Yeah, depending on, on what you observe, they can be, but it's one of the, separation of church and state. They kind of, they're sequestered. But I'm sure they also, this jury more than likely wants to, since they have to be sequestered, more than likely wants to get this over with. Let's see. When death penalty cases have come up recently, there has been a separate penalty phase jury. Yes. Bring the eyebrows. Oh, man. Forgot. I washed them off yesterday. They lasted 2 days, but then they started getting splotchy. And they start getting kind of sticky. So I had to wash them off yesterday. I agree with Love Island. I call them mindless shows and watch them too. It really helps. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. Good morning, Ed. I didn't think there was a penalty phase jury in Florida. Yeah, it's going to be the same jury, but for death penalty, they'll go through that part where they decide if it's going to be life without parole or death penalty. I hope that if he's convicted, it is life without parole. I'm not a big fan of death penalty, and I think that when death penalty is, if it has to be death penalty cases, I think it should be more for nothing circumstantial, and for like the most heinous of stuff. And look, I get it. Like, shooting your two best friends when they're not expecting it is heinous. I get it. But I'm just not a fan. Do you think the serial killer, the Gilgo Beach, you think that he will want a speedy trial? I don't know. I'm not really sure. That's a wild one. And all that stuff is still breaking too. Oh, and there's more Carly Russell stuff coming. We can put some of that today too while we have some time. Let's see. Be Our Golden Boy. I watch Love Island and Love After Lockup. My mama watches Love After Lockup. And she talks about these people like she knows them. She's like, well, and then this one said, and then that one, do you know that she said this? I'm like, who? And she'll tell me who she's talking about. But my mom watches it. I watch Vanderpump Rules. I love that show. It's ridiculous. And the people on it are ridiculous. But it is shallow in a way that I don't have to think about it. And all of their drama is just entertaining. Because it's not serious stuff. I mean, it's like, okay, oh Lord. Okay, Ariana getting cheated on was serious. I think that's the most serious thing that's happened, forever, because they were together 9 years or whatever, and the internet went crazy, and what they call it, scandal and stuff. I can tell you most of their names, but I'm not one of those that's like, I can tell you all of their history and stuff. So, but it's one of those that, yeah, I'll keep it recorded, and then Saturday mornings I'm like, yes, give me all the mind-numbing stuff. Good morning, Jada. Good morning, good morning. Ginger Source, I put on old sitcoms I've seen a million times, like Golden Girls or Seinfeld. No thinking required. Golden Girls is one of my favorites. I have watched it on Hulu. They have it on Hulu. And also on Hulu, if you've never seen it, they have a spinoff that had one season where they have the hotel in Miami, and that one's cute too. And not many people have seen that one. I love me some Golden Girls. Love me some Golden Girls. And Designing Women was one of my favorites too. I grew up on these. The Border Patrol trial last week had the same jury do penalty phase right after. Yeah, that's the plan. Wow, on Saturday. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Selena K. Yes, ma'am. We have to do Saturday for Bird Watch. Where's Love Island streamed? Well, there's a couple different ones. So the one from UK is my favorite because I don't know if it's their accents or what, but it just makes it so relaxing to me. And their level of ridiculousness is just fantastic. But that one's on Hulu. They have one. They have the UK, and they have Australia. Australia was a good one, and then they have some of the US ones. And then also on Peacock right now, they have a new season, and they have a current season right now going with the UK, and they have a current season right now going with the US that just started. But the US one, the current one, is on Peacock, and I just saw this morning because I had it on actually while I was getting up and doing stuff around here. They have a new one that I've never seen before, Love Island South Africa, that is now on Peacock. Every time the screen flashes on it, something's happening. What happened yesterday on social media between the families? I heard there was drama. Well, there's been drama on which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Facebook or the Instagram? There's been multiple things that I've been see, I don't see anything on Wander's Facebook. And that guy who I told yesterday that he should be ashamed of himself. Oh, that's the guy that I saw it yesterday, and I went after him. I was so angry, and I told him he should be ashamed of himself. And then he told me his comment got deleted, thank goodness. But he told me that it was on this post, the one where she says the devil is alive, and he posted that the one of Melly dancing, and I told him he should be ashamed of himself, get off the grieving mother's stuff with all that mess. And he told me that that it was self-defense, that Juvie shot Sack, and then Melly started fighting him for the gun, and that's how he has the defensive guns. And I asked him if he had ever actually turned on the trial, because it's literally impossible. What time does trial start Monday? It starts, I think they said, I'll double check, Selena. I'm not quite sure. Let me pull up the court papers because I don't rely on social media, or not social media, on mainstream media because they're always wrong. Let's see. Records around county. Schabusiness. But it's like when everybody's had time to drink their coffee and stuff, we will get into some of this, but it's still too early. Well, it's too early for minutes. Give it another few minutes. All right, let's see. They have it scheduled. I know I saw on the docket they have it scheduled for a week. Let's see. It is scheduled to start at 8:15, and that's Wisconsin time. So 8:15 Wisconsin time. What's Wisconsin? 1 hour earlier than me. So it'll be 9:15. Nice one, I think. So I'm going to close our poll for. I have so many tabs open. 80% think that we are going to get a decision today. 80%. Let's hope y'all are right. We just hit the 10-hour mark. 10 hours deliberation so far. I've heard that, I've heard people say that she's the lead attorney because, and I know that when somebody asked her who she was, she said she's the boss. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it because if she were really the lead attorney and not just playing one on TV, then when they go to enter things into evidence, they would show her the papers and stuff, but she doesn't even look at them. I don't think that she could possibly be the lead attorney. And if she were the lead attorney, she would be much more involved, I think, in what's going on. The only times that we've even really seen her speak, was during the cross-examination that was a train wreck. And then there were a few other times when she was making objections and stuff, and you could hear them in the microphone, telling her what to say. So I don't buy it. Let's see. No verdict today on the jury. Yeah, if they can't get to it today. Have you seen the challenge? Yes. Yes. That's a good one too. Actually, it's funny? If you watch the new documentary on what's it on? What did I watch it on? Netflix. About the American Gladiators, and you look at some of their games, you can see where the challenge has taken some of their most popular games and from American Gladiators. Put on a new pair of my eyebrows. Do I really have to put them on again? Yeah. Glen didn't have a guilt phase. Good morning, Sylvia. Good morning. Good morning. They won't get a new jury. Think about they won't get a new jury. The whole reason that they went through the extended process that they did to get this jury was because they had to make them get a death penalty qualified jury. Let's see. Oh, he pled guilty, so they just had the penalty phased. He says, I hate reality TV. You know what's funny? When my kid comes in here, he's always like, you're always either watching like this crazy, depressing murder stuff or like this, ridiculous, reality stuff. There's never like an in between. And that's true. But they balance each other out. Jury Duty on Amazon Prime. It is too funny. That is a funny show. If you haven't seen it, it's funny because they have everybody's in on it. It's kind of like Truman Show in a way. Everybody's in on it except for one, and he thinks that he's there to do jury duty. And it's kind of set up like The Office, like where you know how they're doing like documentary style. It reminds me of that, but it's not scripted for him. But the people just act ridiculous and, say ridiculous things, do ridiculous things. And then they are interviewing him and they have told him that it's, they're following this, doing a documentary about, the legal system or jury selection or whatever it was. And so he thinks that it's legit, like a, just a documentary. So he's watching all this stuff happen. And it's hilarious because everybody's in on this knowing that everything's fake except for him. It's so funny. Let's see. Shania Davidson. Dang, I hope the jury not trying to fight. We just need the true verdict, which should be guilty because he was there and it was planned. Yeah, I wonder how long it was planned. What are y'all's thoughts on that? How long was it planned? Portland had to know to drive there. So how long was it planned? Temptation Island for me. I like that one too. I remember watching that one years ago when I was young. My mom, I think, watched it and I saw it back years ago. Let's see. Golden Palace. Yep, that's the Golden Girls spinoff. Three's Company was good too. I grew up on like Nick at Night. Y'all remember Nick at Night where they had all the old shows? I used to watch all that stuff. I Love Lucy, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Rhoda, Dobie Gillis. I loved all those shows. Green Acres. If it's a hung jury, do you think that they will delay Portland's trial, offer him a deal he can't refuse? I don't know. They may offer him a plea deal just to keep the. Because the thing is, he is, there's no way around him getting convicted of of accessory after the fact. You know, I don't see any jury in their right minds that could see. I mean, it's obvious. So that part's kind of a given. They may offer him a plea deal to, to save the trouble of having to go through all this again, especially if, if it is a hung jury, I could see them doing that. I mean, I could see them doing that anyway when this is over, even if it's not hung. But I would like for that to happen because I would hate for the families to have to go through the trial again. Is there anything going on today? Well, verdict watch. So we'll see. Laverne and Shirley was really good too. Yes, I liked that. MASH. Oh my gosh, I love MASH. Gilligan's Island. Cheers. Happy Days. I loved all these shows. Yeah, they have thrown Portland under the bus over and over. But what's funny is that as many times as they've thrown him under the bus, he's still, out there, asking for prayers for Melly and stuff. Interesting. They would want to retry Melly's trial before Portland's, don't you think? Possibly. I mean, I think, I think it'll happen pretty soon, but it's hard to say too because they're going to have to get a whole new jury, and that takes a while. It'll take longer for Melly's because of death penalty. The jury selection for that is way more intense. Let's see. Has Big Brother started this summer? No, but Real Boring Housewife, one of our members, said that I think she said it starts like soon. I think like August 2nd or something. Jay says, do you think the issue is the what if? What if they did pull over? What if he did leave his phone in the car? Possibly. But, I think so, because I think that would be why they were asking to see the specific things that they asked. Trey, the retrial must be within 90 days. So they have, but okay, so this one started in April, because we didn't start watching it till June, but it started in April. So almost 2 months. So let's say if it has to be within 90 days, even if they push it out to the furthest, like the end of the 90 days, what is it now? July, August, September, October. So, and they can't do it at the same time at Portland's because it's the same judge and same prosecutor. So 90 days from now is, supposed to be Portland's trial. So it would probably have to be after Portland's, because if jury selection alone took 2 months and they would have to get a whole new jury and then go through trial, they're not going, and then go through penalty phase if he's convicted. They have to allot for all of that, and they're not going to have time to do that before Portland's trial is scheduled, unless they change this trial. But let's see. Long time Suku. Let's see. I've seen that show before, but I haven't watched it recently. Yeah, Borland's is scheduled for October 2nd. Edith is a new member. Welcome. Welcome to the family. It is good to see you. It is good to see you. Welcome. Take your seat. I love seeing brand new members. Me too. The little family is growing. Deborah says, I still don't understand why Portland continues to back Melly. I don't either. The jurors have not asked any more questions today yet. This is exactly what I said. You cannot leave a pin drop if you don't have your phone. And that might be why, they were looking at asking for the call records for Melly's phone to see exactly what time all of that was compared to when everything else happened. So, I understand. And look, there are people. Okay, I'll tell you, I don't believe anything AD said for good reason. Everything he was said was, was like not only not supported by evidence, but proved wrong by evidence. So it's not even a question for me about anything he says being taken. I don't take anything he says seriously. So that's number one. But I will tell you that there are people who, for whatever reason, do believe it because he said it, or believe that it could be a possibility because he said it. But those people, I believe, have not looked, at everything together to know that there's no way some of the things that he said could have been true. So, that could be one of the things that, they're looking at now to see. Not only is, having two different stories could give you reasonable doubt if both of them are reasonable, but if there isn't a possibility for one of those to be true, then, that maybe that's what you need to look at and see. So if that's the part they're hung up on. Oh, let's see. Good morning. Still see people coming on in. Love me some Betty White. Good morning, Wanda. Hello, hello. Good morning. Fur Baby's mom, thank you for the super sticker. I wish my teaching worked. Maybe I need to reinstall the app. Maybe that's what's wrong with it. To try to do it. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I wish my button worked. Y'all are so generous. Good morning, Missy Pants. Good morning. Evidence that the jury got to see. We know things that they don't. We know a lot of things that they don't. Defense team brought Dunkin' Donuts for the courtroom staff who had to come in on Saturday to cover the trial. This is insider tweeting. Haven't seen the prosecution team, but I'm sure they are very close by. That's from Terry. AD sounded far too coached with his lies. I agree. I saw parts of this video. I didn't get to finish it. Saw a video of Zach's aunt. The entire family's no, Melly did it. He might be safer in prison. I saw part of that and didn't get to finish it. It's on my watch list for later today. The families are very convinced. Let's see. Can we review the chart again for the driving activity? Yes, I can pull that up. Give me 1 second. If Melly was dropped off and picked up, even though they were all going to the same place, why didn't the other friends, other than AD, testify about that? If that had happened and he was truly innocent, everybody would be jumping to his defense to tell the truth. Like, no, I could prove this. I could prove that he didn't. There would be some kind. The thing is, there would be some kind of evidence somewhere that supported it. Somewhere in the universe, if that had happened, somewhere in the universe, there would be something, anything, any piece of evidence, any piece of data, something in this whole universe that supported that. But the only data we have goes directly against that. And to me, that is common sense. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Dan. Let's see. How long after the murders was he arrested? He was arrested in February of 2019, and the murders were October 2018. Unplug computer and plug back in. That's always my solution. Well, Lucy did that for me the other day. So. MC says, last night I laid out all the science, just facts, and it took me well over 3 hours just to do that by myself without distractions or anyone else talking. Yeah, if y'all even understood how much time it takes me to go through this, lay it out, chart it, make sense of it, like sweep away the mess, focus on the important stuff, focus on the stuff that matters, and come up with everything. If you had any idea how much time it takes me to do all of that so that we can break it down on the show, you would be shocked. There's a lot. And exactly like you said, that's without distractions or anyone else talking. It takes a long time to go through everything. Good morning, Laura. Hello. Maybe future jurors' kids are Melly fans and get to go home every night to them. Even though jurors get told not to discuss the trial, they still do. They are supposed to, filter that out, like people who know. But who knows? Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. They are deliberating currently. I do not have copies of the verdict forms. Good morning. Good morning. I have not read about this case that I remember. I'm not great with names until I start doing my deep dives, and then I can't ever forget them. But I do not remember. Lucy Sparkles, good morning. If the drive-by wasn't staged, the drive-by was staged. There's it was staged. There's not even a chance that it wasn't staged. Was there evidence that another group had beef with them? The other people that they know who had beef with them from before were that they had gotten into the fight with before, where he kept calling him Juan. What did he call him? Wanda or something. But they were able to clear other people. They weren't anywhere in the area. But it wasn't. It was not a drive-by. There's not even a chance. I would show those videos, but there are words. There are more words in there than what my settings are set for. And it could get me kicked off today. Let's see. I see this door opening down here, so I keep thinking something's happening. Oh, I get so tired of hearing Melly didn't even have gunshot residue on him. Well, you wouldn't know that, would you? Because Melly avoided the police. Melly was never tested for gunshot residue. He did not go to the hospital. He did not talk to police. He was never tested. His clothes were never found. There was never any opportunity that they even had to test him for gunshot residue. And people use this as an argument all the time. He would have had gunshot residue on him. Well, yeah, he would have, which is probably why he avoided police. She is not yet, because we've been busy on where is she anyway? She might be in her little bed by the window because I don't see her here. Thank you so much, Mamie17D, for the super chat. I appreciate that so much. For all people helping Brandi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It makes it worth all the work. I'm behind on chat, but I'm trying to catch up because I'm trying not to miss anything from y'all. Harper, that's one of the things that caught me and stuck with me too. In reality, people harm their friends, family, spouse, etc. all the time without rhyme or reason. It should be concerning but not shocking. Even Zach said, I feel like y'all are planning something. That was something that stood out to me too. Do you think at the hung jury they will wait till after Portland trial to retry Melly? Well, I think that it's going to screw everything up because they have to go through all of this in 90 days, but it took them 2 months to get a jury this time. And then, however long it took for the actual trial. And Portland's is scheduled for October 2nd, which is less than 90 days out. So I think they're going to have to rearrange a lot of things to make it happen. Might have to push his back. I agree, Rochelle Smith. I just don't understand how these young men can live with themselves knowing that they saw or were a part of their so-called friends being unalived for money and rep. It's sickening. I agree. Martha Sharp says that's not that good of evidence anyway. Yes. And that's one thing I've tried to explain to people too who used the GSR thing to say that it was Portland who shot. First of all, we know it wasn't Portland who shot. It has been proven. It's the way that the blood spatter was, the way that everything. He didn't shoot. It wasn't him. He was in the front seat. He didn't shoot. So that's number one. Number two, the GSR particles that they found on him. This is why Mark Shiner explains that it's not, it's not as reliable as people make it out to be. This is not like DNA slam dunk evidence. GSR is not. The test that they originally did on Portland's hands, if you'll remember, came back negative. The presumptive test came back negative. It was only the lab test that came back positive. Now, of the lab tests that came back positive, there were on his left hand, and they said he's right-handed. On his left hand, there were 2 particles. There was one that was a 2-component particle, and there was one that was a 3-component particle. So on his left hand that he doesn't use, there were 2 particles. On his right hand, and he's right-handed, there was only 1 particle, and it was a 2-component particle. That's not consistent with just having fired a weapon. That is consistent with being in the general vicinity when one was fired, as in being in the front seat when one was fired in the back seat. It could be consistent with handling a firearm. It could be consistent with handling even clothes that had GSR on it. There were so few, and with it being different components, there are other things that it could be as well. This is why it's not as reliable as people make it out to be. Also, keep in mind, he was tested in the hospital directly after this happened. And there were only 3 components found on his hands. 3. They tested the Jeep, 5 years later, and found 9. For them to find 9 years later, but only find 3 directly after, I mean, it's not as reliable as everybody makes it out to be. Track is back in the courtroom. He said to bring his client home. How are you gonna sit on the victim's side yesterday or the day before, whatever it was, during the first half of the day, and then I don't know. Whatever. Not my circus. Let's see. I don't see, Virginia Law says, no way that those that are for guilty are going to switch to not guilty. This is going to be hung. You know, Drew, the one who they've mentioned him a couple times during trial, he films all of their videos. You always hear at the beginning of videos, like, you know, Drew didn't film it, it ain't filmed right. And that shirt that Portland had on at the hospital, it had like the camera thing on it, that's Drew's logo. He posted on Twitter after, I think it was the day of closing arguments, he posted, my brother's about to come home. It is strange to me how Melly's entire camp is constantly spreading it out there that he's about to come home. And this is not just as the trial's been going. This has been for years. You know, oh, Melly should be home, you know, within a couple months. Melly's about to come home. It's factually wrong, number one. Like, there hasn't been a time during any of this where he was about to be home in the next couple months, like, you know, years ago. So that's number one. Number two, it's strange to me because it almost feels like strategic, because keep in mind, they're making money off of him while he's locked up. And it feels like it's, and this is just me speculating. This is not based on evidence. This is just me speculating. I'm going to throw that out there. Not based on evidence, just speculating. Oh, yes, I'll do the eyebrows. I think that they're doing it to possibly keep his name popular, keep everything going, keep everybody interested, keep everybody watching. Thank you for the super chat, Sharon. If there was a video showing who shot Sack and Juvie, would you want to see it? I would want to see all evidence that there is that exists. But if such evidence existed after 5 years, I would think that it would have come out. All right, let me grab. I gotta get I'll do the brows. I gotta get my stuff. Goodness gracious. Yes, my cash register down is not working. And I don't know why. It wouldn't work yesterday either. I think I broke it the day before. Sharon, thank you for the super chat. After the trial is over, if you still want to see evidence that is reasonable doubt, I think that that would be a gross miscarriage of justice to wait until a trial is over to expose any kind of evidence or truth. These are lives, 2 lives that have been lost, another that is on the line. And I think that if there is evidence that has been withheld, it is morally wrong. It is legally wrong. And it is something that I would hope that anybody, if they actually had it, would care more about justice and what's right than getting a specific verdict and then coming forward with evidence. If somebody knows something or there's evidence for something, then everything should be presented so that the jury has the information they need to make the right decision. But I think that if a real video like that existed, it would have come out. Let's see. I agree that she did a great job on the closing arguments. Eyebrows is going to be exit stage left for me. Well, we'll see ya, Keeper, because it's tradition and that's what we have to do. Melly's mom is making statements that not if, but when Melly's found not guilty, they will move from Florida because Florida is out to get them. Florida is out to get them because he keeps breaking laws. And that's what happens when you break laws. They come after you. All right. You're good. It's tradition, Keeper. It's tradition. All right. Here we go. My 2 dark eyebrows. The only thing I don't like, I mean, I think it's funny and it's fun when we did it and stuff, but they're so dark compared to my hair that when I see them, when I see myself in the mirror, I'm always like, what is that? What happened? Because I'm not used to it. I've never had dark eyebrows. Ed, I can't click on your comment right now because obviously I've got eyebrow issues happening right now, but I see that. Having all kinds of issues. Oh, we have gifted memberships. Paper. Oh, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is not the easiest time for me to acknowledge it. Oh, I think I did this one way too high. I think we've messed up our eyebrows already. Thank you so much, Cooper. I appreciate it. 10 new members. Look at our family just growing. I think this one's going to be too high. We're just going to go with it. We're going to leave it on for a minute. Star says, I always believe Ed. Don't always believe Ed. Ed will even tell you don't always believe him. Hence the William Shatner news. This is harder than it looks. Like, it is hard being a girl, apparently. Let's see. Oh, probably prissy pants. Oh, look, these are going to be way off. These are going to be way off. I have not, they are not going to be even at all. And watch, we're going to get like a verdict, and it's going to be the highest watched thing ever. And I'm going to have uneven brunette eyebrows. Oh, of course. Yep. Jury just buzzed. So we have a question. So we're about to come live with my uneven eyebrows because there's a question. Of course we are. Of course we are. This is not Melly's first involved shooting. Too bad that can't come out in trial. Yeah. Okay, this one's gonna be. Oh yeah, this one's like. Look how high up this one is. We're gonna have to fix that. Hold on, I have to fix this part. Oh, and look how low this one. Oh, see, I did not do them as even today. Yeah, I am not as good at this, apparently, as the verdict days go on, as I was in the beginning. Like, people really take the time to do this kind of thing every day. Look at this one. Hold on, I gotta fix this. We gotta fix this. It's like I totally missed my eyebrow. I totally missed my eyebrow. And it's peeling. So I think I didn't leave the water on long enough. Look, it's all messed up. Look. Dang it. Now I really do have, now see, what if I just left it like this? Hold on. Look, the 10 new members that Paper just gave us, they're going to be like, I'm out of here. Like this broad is weird. Oh, I need to do this actually before they start filming or before they come back. Okay, wait, how do you know? I think it's this one. Now I'm going to have leave one eyebrow short for one verdict someday. All right, let's see if I can actually make my eyebrow this time. This is harder than it looks. Just so y'all know. I had a feeling y'all were going to ask me to do this today too. And I was like, maybe I'll forget. But it's tradition. All right. I think I made my eyebrow this time. I think I got it. I think. We'll see. This one's too low. Oh. Why does that stuff look peely? It's as good as it's going to get. It's too low down here. And now it kind of looks like a mustache. Like the end of a weird mustache. But whatever. We're just going to go with it. They don't have to be even, right? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You're just in time because we hear that there's a jury question. That is what we hear. Anyway. Make sure I have this over here going. Oops. I have so many tabs open. I'm trying to get everything going. All right, let me pull up the Twitter because that's where the about the question. Sharon, thank you for the super chats. Let's see. Thanks for your comments. I love your show. We love having you. I heard a lawyer say that in closing once to the jury, he said, if I come back with a video showing the crime, anyone that reaches for it has reasonable doubt. Thanks. That's a good way to look at it. See, to me, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you. For me, if someone were to say, that they had a video of the shooting, like for me at this point, I would look at it as, I would assume I'm going to see it being Melly because I do believe he's guilty because I have worked out the timeline so much, which we're going to pull up in a second. I haven't forgotten. I know you wanted to look at the timeline again. I was trying to get my uneven eyebrows situated. But to me, and y'all can chat up this about what you think, because that is, Sharon, I had never heard that in a closing before. That's a good way to look at it, though. But if somebody had said that they had a video, I would assume it's him because I've gone through so much of the timeline trying to see, what could be possible, if and not just logical, but possible, because a lot of stuff they said isn't logical, like both of them pulling over for him to, go pee and all that, but not just what's logical, but what's possible. Because murder is not logical. Behaviors surrounding it are generally logical to an extent. Like if the killing itself is obviously illogical, but general behavior is logical because there's a reason for it. If you're driving somewhere, there's a reason for it. If you have to pee right after you left somewhere, but can't wait till you get home 30 minutes later, okay, that might not be logical, but it's possible. But my thing is it is not possible for him to have lost his phone and then be that close to the hospital outside the gates of their neighborhood, on that road, FaceTiming his girlfriend, dropping pin location to Fredo Bang, calling track. That is not possible. Not just not logical, but not possible. So that's my biggest thing, is that even if, if I were told that video existed, I would still believe it would be him doing it, because I have tried to work out every other scenario that I could. You know what I mean? And thank you for the super chats. I had never heard an attorney use that as an example, but I like it. Let's see. Super chat champion in the house. Is it 30 minutes until the question, or is that only for the verdict? That's for the verdict, I believe, but they have a 30 minutes. I can see in this, every time I look up, I'm trying to focus on that, but every time I look up, these eyebrows are so intense. And then this one, I read right here too, where I just had to scrub my face. So intense. 30 minutes for them to get there. And get ready. So they're all kind of like on call, but I think they said defense attorneys were there, but they hadn't seen prosecution, but prosecution is probably close by, or whatever that was they said. But if they all need to be in there, then within 30 minutes for the verdict, then they would all be within 30 minutes for the question. But I don't know if it's going to take the full 30 minutes for them to get there for the question. Let's see. Brad says can also mean they are open-minded. I think that if you've made up your mind beyond a reasonable doubt, though, you wouldn't. I mean, nobody's. I won't say nobody. Some people are. Lord knows people don't base things on facts around social media sometimes, but I would think that it wouldn't just be open-minded. I would think that, because for me, if it would be like, okay, we're having to come up with this decision, for this, I would want to see this to verify that I used all of my logic and all of my reasoning and all of my, critical thinking and all of those things. And I would still want to see it because it would make me feel better about the decision I came to. That makes sense. Let's see. Marlene, this is a big one too. If not Melly, then who? If not Melly, then who? Because who else would have gotten in the back seat? Who else could have gotten in the back seat? When could they have? Where would Melly have gone? If it were one piece of evidence, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces of evidence pointing in one direction, I could see that not adding up. But all evidence all evidence points in the same direction. Let's see. Oh, see camera movement. Walner Aaron says, I keep battling trolls away on other chats by saying it's reasonable doubt, not what if doubt. That's my thing. Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. Lawyer said yesterday that wanting to hear Trayvion's testimony said yesterday that wanting to hear Trayvion's testimony yesterday was a lean toward prosecution, in his opinion. That makes sense. Wanting to, because it had been longer since they had heard his too, so wanting to verify the things that he said and how it adds up to the evidence as opposed to the things that AD said. Let's see. Jenny O'Brien, I genuinely think there's fear on the jury panel. I do too, because of, them asking about their safety and stuff to the judge. Like, I mean, that's scary. Hi, Carrie. New eyebrows, who dis? Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. There's a jury question, so we're waiting on them to come up and tell us. Candace Hoff. Oh, hey. Isn't it your birthday today, Candace Hoff? Isn't it your birthday? Happy birthday to you. I'm not a good singer. I would sing, but I'm not a good singer. But happy birthday. Unless it's not your birthday. I think it is, but if it's not, then just tell me that don't tell me I'm wrong. Actually, just go with it. Just say thank you. The one who had residue on his hands? I must have missed something else. Let's see. Oh, nobody knows but the driver. The one who had residue on his hands. Hey, J-Reels, rewind about maybe 10 minutes and listen to that part. I know it had been mentioned, but I can't remember what is the makeup of the jury. According to Boom, he said that they are, didn't he say they were mostly between like 30 to 55 age range, I think. And I know he said the majority of them were women before the alternates were dismissed. So I think the actual jury now is 6 men, 6 women, and I think he said half are people of color. So split down the middle both ways, and then all between. His guess was, I think he said like 30 or 35 or something like that to 55-ish was the majority of the age range. I think is what he said. If you felt guilty but half the jury felt not guilty, would you change your mind to not guilty or let it be? I'd let it be a hung jury. If I truly believe something, I will not change my mind based on somebody else's opinions. Let's see. Vicky Cobb, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. I wish my cha-ching worked. I wish. But it's not. Maybe I can try again. Let's see. Tommy 143 says, I would lie to get out of jury duty on this trial. Yeah, this one was tough. It's been a really long time for a question. Yeah, I don't think the prosecution, they said that they had not seen the prosecution team there. So I know they're kind of on call, so they have 30 minutes to get there. Zink Floyd gifted a membership. Tommy 143 was gifted a membership by Zink Floyd. Thank you, Zink Floyd. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. EDB once said she received a jury question on a post-trial asking for escort from the building. She said it was a sign they were going to convict. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. Why did Bortland not testify? Well, he has his trial coming up in October. So anything that he says now will be court record and can be used against him. And anything that he says would implicate himself as well. So unless they were giving him some kind of deal, he wouldn't testify. But and he's still on social media, you know, free Melly and pray for Melly, and Melly's attorneys are like, hey, Bortland did it, but he's like, okay, they didn't say that. Let me go back, because Lord knows I'll have the fans coming after me. But they didn't say, hey, he did it. They said that he's the most obvious suspect. That was what they said. Let's see. The jurors who are for guilty are asking the questions to try to prove their case to the not guilty jurors. After hearing, they were all stuck on their sides after 6 hours. No way they're getting a verdict. I wonder how many are stuck. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder who's in what side and all of that. In Florida, I think it's an 8-4 verdict. All they need is 8, not 12, to make him guilty. That's what I'm hearing. Not for the guilty. For guilty, it has to be unanimous. For the death penalty, it only has to be 8. But for a guilty verdict, it has to be unanimous. You must study for the bar, as people still think you're a lawyer. It'll be fun. Too old. Good morning. Good morning. You're late. There's a question now, so we're just waiting on them to come into the courtroom. Same. If I believe guilty based on evidence, I would not change, and it would be a hung jury. Yeah. Same. They actually do have cameras on the highways. That was part of the video stuff that we saw, and that's actually what the jury asked to watch again on yesterday. still a little bit behind. I'm skipping forward to get caught up. So if I've missed you, I'm sorry, but I am a knowledgeable child. Knowledgeable child. We know that there's a question because there are two people that I follow on Twitter. One is Boom, he's been in here a lot, and then the other one is Terry. She and I follow each other on Twitter, and she tweeted there's a question. So we're waiting. You know, Brandi, I can see if the jury reached a verdict either way in this case requesting an escort. This trial has been out of control from the start. It has been out of control from the start. Why? I don't know why a juror would want a mistrial. Then the juror would have to go back to all over again. Well, it would be a different jury. But the juror wouldn't want the mistrial. The juror would want to stand firm in their beliefs. Good morning. Good morning. My family always used to tell me I needed to be a lawyer because I would argue stuff. But only if I was right. I did not like to be wrong. So I would research and make sure I was right about stuff and had more information on it, and then I would. Membership info. If you are on an iPhone or an iPad, it's hard to find it because there's not a button on the app. You have to go in through Safari, and then there's a thing where you can join. Some of the stuff I miss, and I scroll up, and then I'm trying to figure out what y'all are talking about, but then I miss part of it. All right, let's see. It's not what they believe, it's what can be proven. Okay, but they are forming their beliefs on what has been proven and what their decision is, so they wouldn't change their mind. It's not about being wanting a hung jury. It's about standing firm in your beliefs that you've come to based on the evidence. Let's see. Yeah, it makes it hard. You can if it's not an iPhone, but it's hard with an iPhone. Let's see. Was the driver of the red car question? Yes. And they pulled his phone information and all of that. Withers. Oh, that's how to do it. I knew there was extra steps. You have to change your settings in Safari to website view, and then go to YouTube on Safari to join. I don't know why the iPhones and stuff make it so much more difficult. They're supposed to be trained in that. What? Tish Fish, only on jury once for drug possession. Leaving the court the first day, saw the defendant run by me fast, never to be seen again. Wow. That's crazy. She says the judge is there, the defense team is there, they're waiting on the prosecution team to arrive. They have not seen Melly in the courtroom yet. The judge will read the jury question once all parties are present. But they just buzzed once, so it's a question. Hit code. Buzz once for a question and twice for a verdict or something like that. Hello, Anne. Welcome. Welcome. Debbie Long, we're glad you're back too. Well, I believe Heidi says, why would they keep the timer going if there were a question? Wouldn't the jurors want to stop? Well, I think because they haven't stopped them from deliberating because they haven't been brought into the courtroom yet. So they won't be brought in until everybody's there. You woke up late, but you're here just in time. The jury has a question. Yes. The question may be, we are still hung. How much longer do we have to deliberate? We're looking for updates. Brenda, hello, Brenda. I watch you on my phone and on TV, YouTube channel. Wish there was a way to comment on. Oh, yeah. It makes it hard on TV. When normally when I like to watch The Lawyer, I like to watch his recaps on stuff because I like to hear, his legal side of things. And I never am in chat or anything, so I always watch that on my TV because by the time I am done here, I don't want to sit in my, in my chair anymore. I want to be up doing other things, moving around, whatever. So I'll put it on my TV and it's not the same because you can't chat and stuff. Oh, new great grandson is 1 week old today. Oh, happy 1 week birthday. Kathy says I would lie to get on this jury and then I'd write a book about my experience. You need to join the Lawyer chat more for you. Maybe I will. It's hard though because I like to hear what he has to say and I watch pretty much every recap he does, but I just am so tired of sitting here by the time I get to that. But I love his perspective on things. Let's see. John Thomas uses toothpaste to glue things together. Oh, John Thomas. Oh, John Thomas. You know, we have the on 31st, so a week from Monday, we have the sentencing for Lori. Okay, let's see. Do you think Portland's trial will be as crazy and as long as this? I don't think so, but man, I also didn't think that this one would be so drug out and so insane. I hope not. Who is John Thomas? I keep seeing his name. He was the defense attorney for Lori Vallow. And he was something else. So we pick on him. He's one of those that had like one of those really condescending tones, you know, and he was a mess. So we picked on him. Let's see. And John Thomas is JT. Well, it says I couldn't reach a verdict based on my feelings. Yeah. Let's see. Brandi is balancing spinning plates on her own channel with all the work she does. Oh, it's exhausting. But it's worth it. You know, one of the things that I like about our chat is, aside from just how respectful we are of each other when we have different opinions, I also like for us to base things on, like, I want us to all understand things more and know things more. And so I spend a lot of time, you know, organizing stuff and breaking it down and all of that, because I want our members to, you know, when we're talking about it with other people, I want us to know the facts, not the, you know, I heard this, I think this, and, you know, this rumor on this or whatever. I want us to know the facts and have like a concrete understanding of things. And so I spend a lot of time doing all of that because I want our people to really get that. And I think we benefit from it. Hot Lip says, I'm so over this case. Me too. I'm so over this case. Courtroom antics and now all this. Florida courts are crazy. I am so over this case. I'm so over this case. I'm ready for it to be done. Yeah. Kaber says, remember when we heard at first that the trial could go until August, and we were like, no way. Well, it's darn close to August. Yeah, they had this on the docket until August 2nd. And when I, you know, first started pulling on the court stuff on this, I was like, there's no way it's going to go until August 2nd. No way. And now look at us. Pushing August 2nd. Sandy Field says, I think the ballistics evidence is irrefutable, but the defense may have confused the jury so much they can't see it. Yeah, I noticed that, like, there are things that they went over, like evidence they went over that makes total sense. It is scientific, it is mathematical, it makes sense. But then the defense would get up there and muddle it, not poking holes in it, but making it sound like it was something else. So like the cell phone stuff, saying, so you're saying that this isn't accurate at all. This could say anything. Well, no, that's not what he said. He said that it's accurate, but it's not precise. As in, it's not precise. Like, I can't tell you the exact place he was standing. I can tell you that this is the area he was in. I can tell you he's this many meters from whatever. But they would take that and say, so you really just don't even know, do you? So the way that they took things that are known and made it sound like it was nothing, I would hope that people can understand the difference in precise and accurate, because they went over it a million times because the defense kept saying that. So I hope that, all the explanations on the difference in accurate and precise, stuck to them. But, but who knows? I hope. Diane picks up Lucy's makeover. No, I ended up having to, because I didn't know what was going to happen today, and I didn't want to have to figure out how to try to stop midway, especially if there was a verdict, and go pick her up. So I changed her appointment to Monday evening. So she's going to go get her hair Monday evening. See, if Melly is found not guilty, then Portland can't be in on felony. What would Portland's charge be? No, he's still charged. His charges are murder in the first degree and accessory after the fact. So they won't change his charges based on this, unless they offer him a plea. They may offer him lesser charges if he takes a plea, whatever. But they won't change them. They won't change his charges just based on the outcome of this. Mrs. Justice Jones says they drug it out to confuse the jury since they had nothing but a liar to put on for defense. My honest opinion, sorry, but Raven doesn't have a good reputation. No, she does not. Not in the least. And I am not a fan. Not a fan. The lawyer should be in the court during verdict time for questions. This is crazy. Yeah, they're on a 30-minute, like, on-call, situation. So I'm not sure why they're still not there. Let me see if she's given any more updates. Nope. And I mean, it was 42 minutes ago that the jury buzzed. So, and they're supposed to be on a 30-minute call. So, hi, Tracy L. Still no verdict, but the jury has a question. So we're just waiting. Jenny O'Brien says, nothing is worse than the state in the closing in the Rudolph case. My eardrums still hurt. Oh, gosh. A resounding no. Oh, my gosh. So dramatic. So dramatic. Is Jamie still being provided security? I believe so, because she's scared of Judy's little sister. But she wasn't scared of anything on her Instagram Live when she was talking about how her guns are bigger than everybody else's and she has more street cred than everybody else and she ain't scared of nothing. But now she's scared of Judy's sister in the courtroom, so she has to have security. So make it make sense. Make it make sense. Not a verdict, just a question because they buzzed once. We have passed 30 minutes. We're at, it was 40. Let me refresh and see if that's still accurate. Yeah, it was hit by accident. Seriously. What is going on in this trial? This jury. Whew, this jury. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. Tell the jury, don't play with our emotions like that. Maybe they were fighting and like throwing chairs and a chair hit it. Or maybe somebody thought it was like escape room and they thought that was like the next thing. Push the button. Yeah. If Melly is found not guilty, that don't mean a crime was not committed and the court wasn't a part of it. Academics said if Melly's acquitted, then there's no conspiracy. What are people feeding their kids? Let's see. Please make a shirt that says "Make it make sense." Oh, I say that so much. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. 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 Happy to have you. Take your seat. Get some coffee. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Thank you. I will see you later today. Thank you. Thank you. I will be here floating around the internet. Thank you for the super sticker, super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's do a poll. What did I just do? This is why I can't have nice things. I mess everything up. That's why I probably messed up my buttons. All right, start a poll. The jury placed their lunch orders already too. So, wah, wah, wah. I had that too on my sound thing. We're gonna work on that in a second. All right, let's finish the poll. They were Got cold. Hello, Rosebud. Yep, they're deliberating right now. Right now. So everyone in the courtroom waiting. I know that they said that the everybody was there but the prosecution, I think. Not necessarily in the courtroom. I don't, and I know judge isn't in there, but they said they haven't seen the prosecution yet. I'm just having fun. I'm not really saying the jury is. That's silly. Yes, the clock is supposed to stop when they have a verdict. Let's see. Wait, so they can come with a decision today? Yes. That's what we're hoping for. There was a wet paint sign on the buzzer. Who does not touch it, just to make sure? Let's see. Yeah, they still seem deadlocked. Oh yeah, let's pull up the chart. Let me get it pulled up. Alrighty. Okay, so stop. Here, let me move myself. I can hear my neighbor like moving furniture. And I don't know why Mr. Bill is moving furniture because he's got a bad back and he's old. Roberta has been a member with us now for 1 whole month. Happy anniversary to you, Roberta. She says, mad respect for your professionalism and dedication to your channel. I bounced around a lot, but have found my true crime home. Love you and this family. We love you too. We're glad you're home. I don't know what I just did. I just hit something. We are glad to have you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dang, I keep. I don't know what I'm hitting. Oh, we are live. Messing stuff up everywhere over here. All right, so the clock didn't stop. I accidentally hit it. That was me. That was me. False alarm. They accidentally hit the button. I accidentally hit the clock. All right, I'm going to end that poll. All righty. RIP clock. My bad. My bad. It's back to going for a second. Hey, at least I know y'all are paying attention. Look, all I had to do was accidentally hit the button, and now I know everybody's paying attention. Zig Floyd, you have also been a member with us for 1 whole month. Happy anniversary. Zig Floyd says, how did this happen? I want my lawyer. Well, I could be a lawyer. I could be anything I put my mind to. Zig Floyd, I'll represent you pro bono. I just have to, I'm sure there's a website online where I can like make my legal degree. All righty. So this is the chart where we talk about the time stuff. Now, the studio, they left the studio at 3:19 in the morning is when we saw them getting the thing. The security footage on 595 caught them at 3:26, I think. And then they were caught on this camera at 3:46. And then the Jeep, the red SUV went home. The Jeep turned right, came up here, was caught on this camera at 3:53. You see it better on this one? This one's a little bit better. This one has the cell phone stuff too. Alyssa has been a member with us for 1 month. Alyssa, thank you. Thank you for being a member with us for 1 month. Alyssa says, love this channel and it's amazing people. We love you too, Alyssa. Love you too. All right, let's see. Look, if any of our members ever go missing or get in trouble, I'll make a chart. Make a chart. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's see. The war anniversaries. TLC has been a member with us for 2 months. TLC says, oh, TLC is me. Says, love this channel. We love you too, TLC is me. So happy to have you here. Chandra has been a member for 2 months, and Chandra's lurking from work. We love lurkers. Happy anniversary too. We got some anniversaries today. That's really cool. So cool. Our little family's just a growing. All right, so the time that we see, that the ones that we know show, this is the layout of where we saw them. Okay, so when they get off the interstate right here, they turn here. The Jeep is caught at 346 right here. And then at, oh, the other one's missing. It was, what was it, 353? Yeah, 353. I don't know why it's missing right there. 353 right there going that way. And then it stops over here. Both their phones, Melly and Sack's phones, are both over here at the crime scene. Now, keep in mind, their house is over here. So his phone wouldn't be showing right here if his house is over here. From 4 o'clock to 4:03. And then it's caught going back in front of that camera at 4:06. We know that at 4:35 is when they pulled up at the hospital, and only 5 minutes after they pull up to the hospital, Melly is over here in this area. This is where he's dropping his location. Okay, let's talk about this. So let's say that we believe AD's nonsense story. And I'm going to call it nonsense because it's Saturday and I can say what I really think. Let's say we believe his nonsense story about Melly having to potty. So all 7 of them had to go potty with him and pull over with him. And then he decided, you know what? I think I had too much room in the back seat of that car. I'm going to jump on over to this one where I'm smushed and ride out the rest of this over here where I don't have any room. Makes sense, right? So, Kim Newton, welcome to the family. I wonder why you're not showing up on this part. I don't see any of my stuff on this anymore, only on this screen, which is weird. But Kim Newton, welcome to the family. So let's say that it makes sense that he had to go potty and couldn't do it alone. So he needed both carloads full of people to pull over and potty with him. And he decided that, I don't know, it just says, welcome to you. Maybe it renewed. If it was a gifted one and now it's not, maybe it renewed. I don't know. But we love you. Okay, so why did it go black? Why did it go black? What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Lost alive. I got excited for a minute. Clock is still moving. Every time it does that, I think something big is happening. All right, so let's say that he just decided that he wanted to have less space on the rest of the ride home. So he got into the other car. And he left his phone in the Jeep. Because he couldn't find it, remember? So he left his phone in the Jeep and I'm not getting all of my notifications on this, but not on StreamYard. I'm not getting any of y'all's happy notifications on this. Happy 2 months. GSD mom, but why is it not showing on this one? What is happening here? My computer's like, heck no, we're not supposed to be working on Saturdays. I don't know why this one's stuck. But happy 2-month anniversary. It says, I'm joining the memberversary party. Woohoo! Love you, Brandi and 13 Zero Fame. We love you too. And I'm glad to have you in our little family. I wonder why it's not working on this. I might have to go out and come back in a minute to see why StreamYard's being all funky. I'll give it a minute and see if it catches up. All right, so if he got in the other car because he decided he wanted less space on the ride home, he'd rather be cramped. And his phone was left in the Jeep. If he, let's play this through. Let's say he goes home. So here he's here at whatever, 3:53, like the rest of them, right? And his phone's over here traveling, doing its thing. And then the Jeep goes to the hospital at 4:35. That's 40, that's like 40 minutes later, right? How and why would he have gotten from right here to up here with no evidence of it, him not being seen going through the gate where we know there's cameras, him, we know that the red SUV did not leave again. There were no, like from what we've heard, there were no other cars or anything. There was nobody else at the house, no other cars, nobody else that could have driven him. We know that Fredo Bang wasn't home yet. And he's the only other one who we know of that had any communication with him that was living in the neighborhood that he maybe could have gotten out with. And if it was Fredo Bang that took him out, he wouldn't be hitting Fredo Bang up saying, hey, come get me. So if none of that makes sense and none of that adds up, at what point would it be reasonable? Because remember, reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. At what point and in what kind of situation would it be reasonable that he somehow got from right here to up here without being seen, without anybody knowing? And if he got up there and was sending these messages, how come there's no evidence of it? If the other part of his story, let's just pretend like somebody else had his phone and suddenly know his code, even though nobody else did, and he had to give it to people. Mrs. Krampus, thank you for the super chat. I don't know why it's not coming up on this one. It says, thank you for all your hard work and great commentary, especially here on a Saturday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the super chat. I want to be able to show them though, so I can thank y'all. I don't know why it's not showing on here. Let me see. I don't like that. I want to be able to. I want to be able to say thank you. Why is it not? Sandra Oliver, thank you for the super chat. It says, thank you for spending your Saturday with us. Y'all, I'm about to have to try to restart this. You don't have to go anywhere, but I might have to because I don't like not being able to thank y'all on the screen. Hold on. BRB. Don't go anywhere. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay. I think think it's fixed now. It is. There we go. Thank you, Sandra Oliver. Now I can see everything. Thank you, Sandra Oliver. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's see. This is all I needed. Thank you. And there's Mrs. Krampus. Thank you, thank you. Thank y'all for the super stickers. I appreciate it so much. I don't know what's going on with all of my technical issues lately, but I'm glad that I'm getting it figured out. Even if I have to restart stuff sometimes. But thank y'all so much. Let's see. So remember the other part of AD's testimony where he said that Melly was still there in the morning, whatever time he got the call, whatever, he said Melly was still there. Okay, so then that would mean in order for all of that to be true, he would have had to swap cars only because he had to pee, and he decided he wanted to crawl over these other men and get in the car with them, even though they're all going to the same place. It would mean that if he went home, then somebody else, because the car doesn't show that it stopped, so somebody else would have had to get in the car, even though there's no time when we saw anybody else. There's no time when there was no other cell phones or anything like that came up on the geofencing. My comments aren't working again on here. I don't know why. I'm just gonna have to watch on the other screen. I might not be able to show some of y'all's comments because for whatever reason it's not updating. All these problems. So weird. So weird. I'm telling you, it's like rebelling because it's Saturday. We're not supposed to be Saturdays. All right. So back to it. I'm gonna have to deal with the comments part later. So I'm sorry if I can't show you the comments right now. It's not working. So they would have to there would have to be somebody who somehow got in the car and did all of this without being detected. Somebody would have had to know that they were going out there in the middle of nowhere, even though there was no communication on any of the phones saying that they were done at the studio early and to go out there. Because remember, they're supposed to be at the studio. They're not even supposed to be going home. This isn't like, hey, everybody, we're going to be home at this time, and then somebody's, waiting there. They were supposed to be at the studio, and they left because people were falling asleep. So it's just that none of this adds up. you would have to have had somebody out there without being detected that got into the back seat exactly where Melly was sitting and then got out of the back seat and then went wherever else they went, even though there was no sign of anybody else being around. And then whoever got into that back seat got Melly's phone and suddenly knew his code, even though nobody knew his code. He had to give it to them from jail. Somebody got into the back seat where he was sitting without waking them up. Because remember, Sack was asleep when he was shot. They said the way that his head was leaning, it looked like he was asleep when he was shot. So they would have had to pull over. Somebody else got in Melly's seat without waking Sack up, shot them, got out, disappeared without getting detected, took Melly's phone with them, and then however they got there is no longer available to take them anywhere else because now they have Melly's phone and they're sending pin drops from, right down the road from the hospital asking Fredo Bain to come pick them up. So you tell me if that is reasonable. Is it reasonable that happened? Is it reasonable that somebody else just happened to guess or know that they were leaving the studio early, happened to get out there on the side of the road, but also they weren't shot on the side of the road because they said enough time had gone by where Julie, welcome to the family. I don't know why I can't show anything now. My comments are not working and life is not cooperating today, but I see you and I appreciate you joining with us. Hopefully my stuff will fix itself soon, but who knows. StreamYard's not cooperating with me today. It's might be like commands and stuff weren't working yesterday too. I don't know. What would you say to the jurors in deliberation that are apparently stuck on not guilty? This is exactly what I would say. All the stuff we just talked about. I would say, in order for him to be not guilty, it means somebody else had to do it. Now, let's look at what's reasonable. Is it reasonable? Because you have to have reasonable doubt, it has to be reasonable. Is it reasonable that they left the studio early? Even though that wasn't planned, they didn't plan on leaving the studio early. They left the studio early. All of the data shows that the car did not stop, but let's just say somehow it's possible that it did stop and that he got out and decided he wanted to ride in the car cramped with them instead of getting in the other. So he swaps cars. It makes no sense, but let's say it happened. So then he rides back with them and goes home and was apparently unseen by one roommate, but seen by another. Even though stories changed with, all the questioning, but let's just pretend that that's what happened. So that, in order for that to be true, that would mean that somebody else shot them, which would mean that somebody was able to know that they left the studio early. Somebody was able to somehow get in the car. Now this is a second time that the car would have had to stop. This is the second time. It's already not showing that the car stopped once. This is now showing that it had to be a second time that the car stopped to let somebody else in to shoot them without waking Sack up, or without him looking back to see who's opening the door, or without his head moving at all. By the time the drive-by was staged, enough time had passed for the blood to stop hemorrhaging, which more than likely means they were shot going down the road, because the sheet of glass was on the side of the road was from the back where they had staged it. But the shot that killed Sack blew out the front windshield, or not the windshield, but the front passenger window. So if this were possible, not even likely, because obviously it's not likely. If it were possible, that means that now the Jeep would have had to have stopped twice. Once to let Melly out, and once to let somebody else in who didn't even know that they left the studio, because there's no communication showing it and it wasn't planned. They've let somebody else in. That person shot these two. They went to the side of the road, staged it. He got out, no longer had a ride for whatever reason. So he's got Melly's phone, but yet somehow now he has Melly's code. And he FaceTimed Mariah and somehow tricked Mariah and Felicia into seeing his face, saying that there's a drive-by and he's hiding in the bushes and he's scared. And he called track with Melly's phone, and he faked to FaceTime with Melly's phone in the bushes. And because remember, Melly's home asleep. He got the news same time AD did. And he, whoever this, shooter is who did all of this day, did all of this stuff without any shred of evidence at all existing, has now been left in the middle of, this road right here, and is dropping pin locations to Fredo Bank to come pick him up. Even though he never says, anything about anything. I mean, come on. Is it reasonable? Is that reasonable? Did anybody see that as reasonable? Melly did not say why he swapped cars, but his defense attorney spoke for him. Stu said he had to pee. So all of this is happening because poor Melly had to pee. That's what the story is. Is it reasonable that the data shows that the car did not stop at all, but yet somehow now we have it stopping twice? Once to let Melly out, wants to let somebody else in. Is that reasonable? Is it reasonable that whoever somehow got in the car without them noticing also took Melly's phone and was dropping pin locations? If you think that that's reasonable, then I am concerned with the logic behind it. So, I don't know. We'll see. I need to see if I can swap somehow. Bring it. Did y'all hear that? Is it just me? I'm having so many issues right now with StreamYard. Did you hear that? Am I crazy? What is happening with StreamYard right now? Do I have anything else open? No. I'm so confused about my life right now. I have no idea what that noise is. I don't know why my comments aren't working. I don't know why I can't see any of y'all. I can't see how many people are in here anymore. I can see it on my phone, but not on here. This is the weirdest thing. This is not how Saturdays are supposed to go. And I don't like that I can't show y'all's comments. I like showing y'all's comments. Okay, I'm going to do a reset. Y'all hold tight. It'll just show it as a red screen. But give me just a minute. I'm going to see if I can figure this out. I see a door opening. As soon as I say I need to. Just another person coming in and out. Stu, quit messing with it. That's funny. Okay, give me just a second. Let me see if I can restart this. It'll just show a red screen. Just chat amongst yourselves. And I will be right back. Okay. Let's see. One thing that did happen.
It's been 84 years.
My sounds are working again. So now let's see if everything else is working. Maybe just a little reboot. That's all we needed. My microphone is too low. Let me check my settings. Is that any better? Okay. All right. So we're good now. Everything's normal for now. For just a moment. Okay. See if we can see how long that lasts. Oh, but
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
my stuff is working again. That's exciting. Alrighty. I think we're good now. Knock on wood. All right. I love that soundbite too. I was playing with these the other night when I was figuring out how to work all of this, and I was like, there were a few of them that I wanted to try to figure out, and that's one of my favorites. Like I say that in like regular everyday life all the time. That, and I'll say stuff like, so much room for activities. The soundboard is really loud. Let me check the volume on that. Let me see if I can figure that part out. Let's see.
Two hours later.
It's been 84 years.
That was loud in my headphones.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Okay.
It's been 84 years.
Is that better? See, I can't hear it until I watch back. So I rely on y'all to tell me. Let's see. SpongeBob makes me laugh. My kid loved that show. Do we know if the jury is still waiting on an answer? Waiting on an answer for what exactly? Hello, aspiring court reporter. No updates yet, but they did order lunch. The only question that they had earlier was an accidental buzzer push, so it wasn't an actual question. Okay. Yeah, they accidentally pressed the button. Yes. Yesterday they were requested transcripts from two state witnesses, from Michael Kelly and from Travion Glass, and then they got the transcripts from Travion Glass and had those read back to him, and then they didn't want the ones from Michael Kelly anymore, so David A. Howard asked for a mistrial, and it was denied. Are they having lunch now or will it be a working lunch? I don't know. They haven't said that they're not. So they might be working through it. Oh, Jimmy John sounds so good right now. So good. Yeah, false alarm for the question. I need a soundbite for denied. Well, I have this one. Hold on, let me check the sound on this one too. Make sure it's not turned up loud before I blow out your eardrums. I was about to say your earballs, but it's not. It's not earballs. It's eyeballs. And eardrums. Where? I have that one. I haven't changed the volume on this one yet. It might be loud. Try to turn the volume down on these as I do them. And then my favorite. I love that one. All right, I just adjusted the volume on all of those. Drum balls. That's what you get when you get it on a Saturday. Monica says, my son loves the straight hair on you, Brandi. If Gen Z says it's a look, then it must be true. There you go. It's I straightened it this morning, but you know, normally I don't because I'm in Florida, and normally, you know, it's too humid to straighten it. But so by the time I, you know, step back outside today, it'll be like back to being wavy. But I can only straighten my hair in the winter in Florida. Can I move myself to the left of the screen? Because you're watching on TV and you can't see me. You want to see my face? Yes. Yes, I will. I'm actually going to just move over a little bit because then if I move all the way over, then I'll block the jury is deliberating and then people will be like, what's happening? Is the jury deliberating? Let's see. They have lunch ordered for them. Harbor says, I think it's important to note that Glass said or emphasized that the only time he woke up was when the car stopped, which means Melly never got in and the car never stopped to pick Melly up. Yes. Agreed. That's the thing. If you try to work the evidence into the defense story, it does not work. It does not work. It is not reasonable doubt because it is not reasonable. It does not work. I think that if they were wanting to create reasonable doubt that's actually reasonable, it would have been better for them to leave that whole story out. If he'd have said he got in the car with us, or by him saying he got in the car with us and that he was there and that he didn't have his phone, by him saying that, all he did was show that the story that they've come up with is BS. All he did was remove reasonable doubt when you take his story and try to plug it into the facts like we just did. So why is this doing this? Oh. Okay. So many problems today. Exactly. Melly didn't do this. Then who did? It's not reasonable doubt to think that Melly got out. Someone else got in the car without alarming Sack and Juvie. And he was unalived when sleeping. And then whoever got in got out of the car and took his phone and still somehow FaceTimed Mariah. And Felicia testified on the stand that she saw his face. How do people still have doubt? I don't get it. Can they file perjury charges against AD for outright lying? I believe he's worried about that, but I mean, they could, but they very rarely do, which is frustrating. Very frustrating. JJ, I recommend your channel to the group in Law and Crime page. Thank you. We have a lot of law and crime refugees here. There's a lot of people who have come over here from law and crime chat, and they're like PTSD. Like, don't make me go back to that chat. People in that chat can be ridiculous. That chat is not about ideas and thoughts and conversations and logic. Let's see. What was the jury question? There wasn't one. It was a false alarm. They hit the button on accident. If not Melly, it had to be someone they knew. But even if it was someone they knew, there's still no reasonable way that anybody else, whether they knew them or not, could have gotten in and done it. And then took Melly's phone and left. Felicia is Mariah's mom. Mariah was his girlfriend at the time. They could about lying about the key. They could what? What about the key? Oh, file charges for perjury. Look, can they do it? Yes. Will they? No. The only other option would be Track. Okay, so let's say Track did it. Let's pull it up. Let's look. Let's say we know for a fact Melly's innocent. Track did this. Melly was at home. Let's say we know that for a fact. All right, let me move myself. Oh, wait, here. Let me put myself on this side because it's more important to see the map than it is to see me for this. Okay, So let's say we know Melly's innocent. We know it, and we're going to prove it. It was Track. Track's sketchy. We all know that. It was Track. So let's prove it. Track did it. The Jeep doesn't show it stopped at all. If Track did it, Track would have had to have gotten out of, he would have had to get in the car without disturbing anybody and without any type of data being showing that he got into the car. But let's just pretend that that's possible. Track did it. Then he took Melly's phone. Then he called himself at 4:40 a.m. from Melly's phone. Then he went and he picked up Melly. Well, I won't even bring that part in because the jury doesn't know it. We'll just go with what the jury knows. Track left his phone at home from 1:08 a.m. is when he got home to 8:23 a.m. Track's phone was at home. So he left his phone at home, somehow got into the car without it being picked up through data. And then Portland dropped him off right here. And he called himself at 4:40 a.m. Is that reasonable? Oh, well, there you go. Danny Mac solved it. Switched drivers, front to back seat, while traveling 60 miles per hour. Then did a Keanu maneuver from a Mellycopter to swap passengers. Duh. This is a good question. Mary, if you truly believed as a juror that he is not guilty, how would you go about trying to change the mind of someone saying guilty? I say guilty. Change my mind. I've been saying this, over and over. Change my mind. I think Track helped with the weapon removal. He 100% did. Yes. The next day. If it was Track, then the daughter would be lying about who was on the FaceTime, and so would Felicia. That would mean that both of them lied about seeing him on FaceTime, which makes no sense because they both were trying to cover for him after the payoff. Track had a solid alibi. Did they question Mariah? Yes, they did. Mariah actually reached out to police. But the jury's not allowed to know that. And Felicia also reached out to police and said that she was scared for her daughter's life. And she told them everything she knew and sent them screenshots. But the jury's not allowed to know that. Felicia was lying her fanny off. Hollis says, I personally don't think Felicia was a credible witness because she didn't remember anything while on the stand. Yeah, she had sudden amnesia. She was extremely, she's not even a little bit credible up there. But the things that we know that of her story that can be corroborated are the FaceTime call, because it shows as a data stamp on Melly's phone. And they had testified to that before she got amnesia. Both of them had, in specific details, that he called her, was hiding in the bushes, said, we were just in a drive-by. She screamed. When she screamed, it woke up Felicia. Felicia saw the FaceTime. Then they're all worried about him because he said he's in the bushes. Everything's crazy. He doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know what's going on. And so they would have had to both lie about that, but also lie about it in such a way that they gave the time of it that lined up with his phone records. So that's if you're trying to say, you know, like if someone were trying to say that they lied about that part, like if defense is saying she lied about that, it's corroborated. What she lied about is everything after the payoff. I'd be asking why Melly and Henry visited the scene midday the following day and clarify that. Yeah. Track, and dang it, Stu almost told the jury that. He came so close and then he realized what he was saying and he stopped. He came so close to telling the jury that, because they're not allowed to know that. They saw in evidence where Track's phone and Melly's phone went back to the scene the next day, but they aren't allowed to know that Track, in his car, Track took Melly, Jacoby Mills, and Bortland back to the scene to look for the guns in the wooded area where they were thrown after this, or after the murders, and that they were able to recover one of them at that time. There were two guns. Only one was used, but they had two guns on them. They threw them both out into the wooded area after the murders. Track came and got them in that Kia, went back the next day, but jury's not allowed to know that. Hello, Emily Suzanne. Yes, they are deliberating right now. A Mellycopter. Melly got out of the car and everything else was a drug deal gone wrong. Make that make sense. Give me one, even one piece of evidence, just one piece of evidence that supports that. And then explain how all of the other evidence goes directly against it. And tell me if that's reasonable. Brandi has waited for a logical, reasonable doubt, but nobody has. I have been asking for weeks. Send me a theory that I can plot out like this one, to where I can prove he's not even prove he's innocent, where I can prove it's possible that it wasn't him. I've asked for weeks. How did Portland know where to drive? It had to be, they were supposed to be headed home. Per the testimony of the red occupants, had to be planned. Yeah. Latoya says, I believe he was there, but I can't honestly say if he pulled the trigger. But that's the thing, Latoya, is that if he didn't, who did? nobody else was there. They were shot going down the road. They weren't shot on the side of the road. They were shot before they parked, likely because they said that by the time the drive-by was staged, the bullets that entered them after when they were staging the drive-by, there was no hemorrhaging. So these were not back-to-back shots. It's not like they shot them or he shot them and then they got out and staged the drive-by like to where this is all back-to-back shots. So nobody else was in the car. Nobody else was sitting in Melly's seat. My husband said, oh, let's say he had a Melly lookalike and that person cloned his phone. It's reasonable. Make it make sense. Let's see. How would you how would track know the location of the car and that it would stop? And why would it have stopped in the first place? Yeah. Because even if it only stopped, because data doesn't show that it stopped at all, but let's pretend like we don't believe data. We believe people who've already perjured themselves. Okay, real buzz this time. Everyone is gathering to hear the question. So let's pretend like the data does support that the Jeep stopped. And let's pretend like it, track got in at the same time Melly got out, which is how, they're able to explain away the fact that the car didn't stop. That, oh, well, it did stop the one time. It's just, whatever. He would have had to have known they were leaving the studio early, get there somehow to get into the car, take Melly's phone, pretend to be Melly on a FaceTime, call himself, and then call Fredo Bang. I mean, just none of it. None of it makes sense. If they paid off the girlfriend's mom, I think they would find a way to pay off a juror. It's feasible to me. Raven's assistant was convicted of tampering with and disbarred for tampering with witnesses. Shocker. Let's see. Portland's lawyer better be ready because Christine is going to be on fire during that trial. Yeah, I mean, this is like, that one's going to be a piece of cake compared to this one for her. Hello, Tammy. We're about to hear the first question of the day. First real question instead of just an accidental push. Sounds like a lot of stuff should have been allowed. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating when the jury can't know the whole story, but he has a very effective defense team. I thought Melly didn't have any gunshot residue. Nobody knows if Melly had gunshot residue because Melly did not go to the hospital. He did not talk to police. He avoided everybody, and he went to his house at 3 a.m., about 24 hours after the murder, and then he dipped out and went to a hotel in north of Fort Lauderdale. He did not talk to police. But for someone to get out and get in means car could have stopped once, not twice. I mean, it could. I mean, if you know, if all the raindrops were lemon drops and gumdrops, like that's about the same likelihood of that. His mom took the trash out after he went home for the first time. Yep. Yep. Does the data show if they stopped at red lights? Apologies if it's been answered. Well, keep in mind, the vast majority of this trip is on the interstate. So, which of course there's no red lights on the interstate. So the only time that there were red lights were when they got, I mean, and even right here, it was, there weren't, so they got off right here. The security footage right here. And then going home, they go through the gate right here. So there's the light there, but this this footage is right before the light, and they are going. They're not like slowing down. And then, the turn to go in here. So no. Sad to say this, but if the jury got to see all the evidence we've seen, this would have been over. I agree because, if they had heard some of the statements and some of the evidence and some of, the other stuff that they never got to hear, they would have a much clearer picture of everything. Let's see. Energy M. That's what got me. Why did he do all that avoiding? Not go to the funeral, go to the hotel if he didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, and I mean, even those texts to his mom, when because he was planning on going to Juvie's funeral, and he didn't go because he texted his mom and he said, "Then people are out there," and she said, "Yeah, I know. They were at Sack's funeral too," and he said, "Well, I'm not going. You go for me." And we know that the police were at Sack's funeral and they were at Juvie's funeral, and I believe that's who he's talking about. He didn't want to go because he avoided the police the whole time. Let's see. Melly did not go to the funeral, but he did go to the meal afterwards, and he came in dancing. And the police were not at the meal. He's been violent since he was in school. Too bad they don't get to know that too. That part is concerning when you look at everything. When it's something like this, it makes it a little bit frustrating because it feels like part of the whole picture. But on the other hand, I understand the legal grounds behind it, because let's pretend he was completely innocent and we knew that. Having that past doesn't mean he did this. So I understand the legal grounds behind it, but when it's something like this, it does make it more frustrating, because it's like, another one of those situations where the whole story is not being, shown to the people making the decision. Oh, yay, you got your mug. Kaylin says, I just got my 13th Jura Coffee mug in the mail that I won in the contest. I'll post pics to Twitter later today. Thanks again. Yay! I made that one especially for you. I put this, I made that little saying on it and stuff. So you are the first one to ever have that mug. Why wasn't the trash story allowed for the jury to hear? Well, that's the thing, is that they read that text it's in evidence. Because that's how I got it. When I was going through all of the texts and stuff, like the big text thread that I did, layering all the times together to see who sent what when. We all heard it when they were reading it, but you don't realize the significance of it until you put that in with the time frame of the other stuff. I'm going to take out the trash. I heard it when they originally read it, and I was like, I remember hearing it, but it wasn't like a huge red flag for me when I first heard it. But then when I put it in the timeline, I'm like, wait a minute. His phone connected to the house internet for the first time after the murders about 3:00 the next morning. And then he goes home that morning, and then it's that afternoon when she goes. So after he's gone home for the first time, then she goes and says she's going to get his trash. So the jury is able to hear it, but if they don't put it together with the timeline, then they might not even know the significance of it. If I am on jury and rewatch the trial, I would be livid of all the things left out. I've heard that I've heard of different cases where, when they'll interview jurors and then they find out all of the things that were kept from them, and then they're angry because they felt like they made the wrong decision. I just saw that. What case was that? It was recent, where I saw jurors talking about that. Oh, it was the one where they were trying to figure out if the curious case of Natalia Grace. They talked to those jurors after, and they were like, yeah, we feel like we let him off because there were so many things that we didn't know. And now that we know these things, now we feel bad because we feel like we made the wrong decision. I wasn't aware of that. How extensive is his history? Well, he has, he took a knife to school when he was young and threatened to do his throat and the throat of another girl. And then so that was violent history number one. And then the other was he shot at a school. He shot at some guys, and they dropped the charges down to I've said it on stream before. Some assault with a deadly weapon or something, instead of attempted murder or anything like that. But that's why he did that 1 year when he was locked up, was for that shooting. So it was like discharging a firearm and I think it was like assault with a deadly weapon or attempted something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. I've had it on some of our streams before, but I don't want to say exactly what it was and be wrong, but let's see. Boom hasn't posted anything. Terry has posted some stuff, but the last thing she posted was 15 minutes ago that there was a real buzz this time, so everyone is gathering to hear the question. They have to wait on everybody to get there. And I know that the judge and the defense have been seen right around there today, but Terry said that she has not seen the prosecution. So I don't know where they're at or how long. Let's see. My teenagers heard the evidence and quickly arrived to a guilty verdict. There was no other way with the evidence. Yeah, my kid, likes Melly's music. But he and I talked about this, and I told him about the evidence and stuff. And he believes guilty too. But one of the things that he and I talked about a good bit was how strange it is, in the rap community, especially, some of these rappers do, terrible things, and there's ones that we know have done terrible things, and there's ones that we know, have killed people and, whatever. But he said, a lot, you'll see their fans that are still fans, still, wanting them out. It's always hashtag free, whichever one is, in it at the moment, which is true. also kind of scary. Oh, let's see. Virginia says Boom is pro Melly, but I do think he has empathy for the parents of the other two. I don't think that he's pro Melly, especially in the beginning. I think that because he's in the courtroom with all of them every day, I feel like he tries to be as impartial as he can, even with facts. That's what I think. But what do I know? Let's see. What else we got? Moving camera. Thank you, Nikki, because Brandi, you are amazing. We all appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, it works this time. Now that I rebooted everything. Yay! Yay! Free Melly. Original. Thank you for contributing to the conversation. It helps. All of the charts I've done, all of the evidence we've looked at, all the talk we've done about the victims' families, out the window because you've solved it. Free Melly. Very original. Judy, you did not miss anything. We are just now waiting, other than lots of conversation, we are just waiting on a question. Let's see. I think that he feels an obligation for all the people in the courtroom that he's sitting, with every single day to try to not put his feelings out there as much possibly. But I think that if you listen to some of the things he says, I think that you can tell what he believes and what is trying to stay neutral for the sake of being a journalist in that situation. And keep in mind, Melly's mom messaged him and was mad at him and said that he had been biased against Melly, that everything that he had posted was against Melly, and she was mad. Could it be that he was set up and Bortland did it? Now they are blaming Melly. No. Nope. Could not be that. It's not a possibility. If you want to go back and watch days 10 and 11 of the trial, you will know why that is not a possibility. Thank you everyone for being patient while Brandi catches up on questions. So glad to have you here. I am trying my best, but we have over 700 people in here. So I try to get as many as I can, but I'm going to miss them and I'm sorry. Free Brandi. How's everything going? I'm watching my grandsons. We just watched Free Willy. Well, Free Willy is better than Free Melly at this point. I'm so tired. So original. I love it. I get so excited. Let's see. Yes, there is a question pending. We are just waiting. I agree, Caleb. I like it when the prosecutors humanize the victims. But you know, one thing I will say about this, the videos where we got to see them in motion and everything, I love that. I mean, I hate it seeing it, but I love that as far as humanizing them because, you know, like when they watched the documentary and when they saw some of the videos and stuff, I like that because I think that at least that part does humanize them, you know, and you know, his mom getting up there and having to say, this is, you know, having to identify them. Oh, so sad. Boom has a job to do. It includes not sharing all of his opinions. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he's, you know, he's a journalist, so he has to report on, you know, facts and stuff, but he can't give, you know, opinions in the way that I am more free to do. Let's see. Did you come over for Law and Crime? Let's see. Thank you, Monica. Gold star for you. Gold star for you. Let's see. Wait, we have 700 people in here and there's only 100 likes. I'm about to check it. If that's true, we're ending the stream. I'm checking. Oh, there's 200 and something, which is definitely not 700, y'all. Let's see. This chat is not anti-Melly. This chat is pro facts and data. We like to go on evidence and not emotion. This could be the, well, they only buzzed once, so they have a code. If they buzz once, then it is for a question. And she said that they buzzed once. Oh, can I move back to the other side? Yeah, I was trying to. I'll move myself. I forget about y'all watching on the TV. Let's see. We don't know the question yet. Let's see. Andrew says, I did watch the entire case. I have a guilty verdict outcome. I'm just trying to see if I could change my mind. Thank you for the responses. Yeah, and you look, energy, I've done the same thing this whole time. I have tried to go through all the different stuff saying, could it have been this? Could it have been this? And then I have tried that for so much that I have I could almost memorize every single day of what's what, because I can tell you how I debunked each of my, potential theories and the evidence I used to, debunk it. So I get you. I've done the same thing this whole time. I haven't heard anything about the defense, is why I asked. Did you just come in? But we were talking about the defense earlier, about the one defense witness, and we went through evidence on how we proved that that was lies. And we talked about how incredible Raven is. Y'all crack me up. Yeah, likes are going up. Likes are going up. Y'all are the best. Let's see. Whoop, whoop. I don't have a thing for that. Oh, wait, here, we can do this one.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I love that one. I got to get some more on here. I love them. I feel as though defense's rebuttals were on point. Some of them. Not all of them. They're moving the camera again. I could never do your job, Brandi. You don't want to, trust me. Start YouTube, they said. It'll be fun, they said. It is fun, for the most part.
That's the right one? Yes. So, the one that you take it out, take it, close off, take it out, so you just don't want to have it. I wait. One, Gary, hold on a second. Give them gloves. All right. We're going to do that for a second. I just want to find out what you want to do. We all agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. On the record, please. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, this counsel, and the assistant state attorney's jurors in the jury room. I have a jury inquiry form that says we request to look at Christopher Thomas's phone, damaged blue phone. So, counsel, my understanding is we're going to send the phone back with gloves. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, everybody agrees to that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Gary, could you take the phone back with gloves? Yes, good. That's what exhibit number is that for the record? 114. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess.
Interesting. They want to see Sack's phone. That's what I was just trying to think. Where are they going with this? Oh, they said, wait, who did they say? They say Christopher or Anthony. Did they say Anthony Williams? Oh, they said Christopher. How did I even hear? I don't know what I'll be hearing. So what would they need to see in what'd I just do? I keep clicking stuff. What would they even need to see in his phone? What would be the reason?
Defendant's counsel insisted that it's really states one is lunch. All right. So they're not looking for a response from me, it's from the sales. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Recess.
Energy. It took me forever to figure out how to send money to show my appreciation for your life. Thank you. Thank you, Energy M. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wait. I love that part. All right, let me move back over for the TV, folks. Move back over. Why would they want to see Juvy's phone? What could they want to see if it's physically broken? But why? Why would they want to? But oh, y'all, CC is off the chain all the time. That's the only thing I'm going to miss about this trial. CC's swear jar. Yes, girl. I have my. Hold on. I had to redo one of them. I can't remember which one. I think this one. Because I put it like way too low and it was like right here. I have eyebrows today. Because defense in closing arguments said the phone wasn't broken. You, Charlie Champ, it's you. You're off the chain. Calm down. I'm just joking. CC is closed caption. All the little closed captions down here say all the words that we're not allowed to say on this channel and more. Can't understand what they're saying, so it just goes for it. And It is crazy. People will screenshot it and send it, like, send it on Twitter and stuff. And some of them, because I don't read the closed captions, because I have to, if I do, I'll get distracted. My ADD will kick in, I'll get distracted, and I won't pay attention to what they're saying. So I can't read them. So then people will like take screenshots of some of the stuff that it says and tag me on Twitter. And I'm always like, oh, Lord. I need a swear jar for CC. Maybe they want to see the damage and if there is a data SIM card in it. The defense, Stu, really wanted those phones brought into evidence. Now I'm wondering why, and the jury is wondering too. He did want them brought in, and that was right before Raven was sick. Juvie's phone. Yeah, CC has no chill. Stu is saying they should have gotten a download of it because it wasn't broken then, but now it doesn't work. Here, let's look. Let's just look, shall we? Let's look at the phone ourselves. Let's see. I can't see right there. YouTube. They brought them.
Sent 12/13/2018. From 9807, 12/13/2014 at 4:25 p.m. Come down here.
Phone number 6942, message sent 12/4/2000. Message him, ask him to Google Smoky Norfolk song Once in a Lifetime. Let Jamel on 2000.
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as states quadruple N and states quadruple O. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those items?
Those are the cell phones that we recovered from the vehicle at 26 pursuant to a search warrant.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were recovered on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to review the contents of those packages before you came into court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request a movement to evidence states quadruple N and states quadruple O.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
There'll be a
States quintuple N will be marked states 113, and states quintuple O will be marked states 114.
Okay, then Detective Moretti, so it's clear for the record what's been now admitted as states 113 quintuple N, now 113 in evidence. Whose phone is this?
This was the white Apple iPhone that was found on the front right passenger side floorboard. It was the phone of Anthony Williams.
And now what's been admitted as states 114. Which phone is this?
This was found on the rear right side floorboard passenger side phone of Chris Thomas Jr.
Was there another phone that was found in that car as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what phone was that?
It was an Android phone. It was found in the back seat pocket on the right rear passenger side.
Okay. And I'm showing you it's been marked as state quintuple P for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that? Do you have an opportunity to review that before you came into court? Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when?
That's all we really.
18, was it working?
No, ma'am.
What damage was caused to that phone? I'm sorry, let me rephrase. What damage was observed of that phone?
This is a broken screen. We tried
Wait.
to.
What was this other phone? When it was collected in October of 2018, was it working?
No, ma'am.
What damage was caused to that phone? I'm sorry, let me rephrase. What damage was observed of that phone?
This is a broken screen. We tried to have it forensically download.
Thank you, Kim.
We even tried to analyze.
Pull the microphone back to you, please, sir. Thank you.
We attempted to have the phone forensically examined. It would not.
Objection calls for hearsay.
That's the detail.
I'm sorry?
Calls for hearsay.
You said-
Things that you do, not hearsay.
I was present when we attempted to forensically download the phone. We were unable to. I personally tried to extract the data from the SIM card to see at least who the user was, owner, or anything, and the SIM card wasn't even reading.
And as a law enforcement officer who testified about your experience with Celebrite and Cellhawk, what does that tell you about that phone?
It's an inoperable phone.
So Detective Moretti, going back to what's in evidence as State 64, the extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states in couple Q for identification purposes.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate y'all's support.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know that it's gonna strike the chord that they're hoping that it will with the jury.
Right back, still here.
To the defendant. And I remind you, he was 19 years old at the time and an adjudicated delinquent
Yes.
for a firearms related offense, so he was not allowed to possess.
Where is
Okay.
okay? So you remember that they took an early lunch. This is the day that Raven was sick. And Stu wanted to look at the phone during the break. And then all of a sudden, okay, Stu wanted to look at the phone during break. All of a sudden, Raven got sick, and they had the entire weekend before they came back on Monday. And now the jury is wanting to see the phone. Thank you, Zink Floyd. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for your support and for me getting to use mine.
That's fine.
All right, so take care of that now. Smith's going to come no voice and notice that she's nauseous, so.
No, go. We'll do it later, before the jury comes back, if possible.
Well, I think Miss Smith is here, she's fine, right? You can
Yes,
assist him, show the phone or whatever.
Yes, with the detective's assistant.
All right, detective, you good with that?
That's fine.
All right, so take care of that now.
Thank you.
Feel better, all right? All right, thank you, we're in recess.
No, it's C. It's in evidence. Pardon me?
Yeah, we can look at it, it's no problem.
If you can look at it, during the break or what have you, just one.
That's fine.
You got it.
The only concern I have is, the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilor Manuel would have cut.
Judge, we would like to look at the Android phone. No, it's C. It's in evidence. Pardon me?
Yeah, we can look at it, it's no problem.
If you can look at it.
You would like to look at
break or what have you, just one.
the Android.
You got it.
The only concern I have is, we have two ladies with, one from no voice and no sense.
So he wanted to look at the Android phone before he left. And then oops. Let's see. And then, but then even his questioning when they did come back was not let me see my notes.
Is that phone while you're pulling it out, analyzed? Thank you. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes. 115, is that correct?
That is 115, State's Exhibit 115. Could you open that, take that phone out, please?
I don't either. That's what we're trying to figure out.
I'm just going to put gloves on just because there was blood on it one time.
I don't blame you.
This is the only thing I remember him saying
Analyzed
about.
blood it was?
Oh,
Yes, so we took it to HIDA, High Intensity Drug Trafficking Agency.
so why?
We had them
Why
attempt
Judy?
to analyze the phone. It's completely broken.
Could you open that phone like you did during, when I asked you to? Don't pull out your burglary key now.
It's not a burglary tool, it should be a burglary system. I don't want to lose it.
Did you pull it out?
Yes, sir, it's right here.
Could you pull out this, did you pull out?
Yes, the SIM card right here, sir.
Could you read the serial number off of that, sir?
8901120000802187227. It said there's an 80.01A.
Okay. Could you, with the court's permission, let the jury see that SIM card?
Publish it to the jury?
Yes, let him hold it.
Okay, but this is the question said broken. This said broken phone, right? I'm so confused. So if they're asking for Juvie's phone, this is the one that looks blue, doesn't it?
Objection. Go right ahead. You can step down. Executive.
I don't know how to work
Amber, where is reasonable doubt? Explain the reasonable doubt to me.
the computer. I'd rather him just show it to the jury.
Just move step down. Thank you.
That's what a SIM card looks like. That's how the phone communicates with the tower. It's the serial number we just read.
Please.
That's
Yeah, we're gonna make it, because
now you do it to me.
I just wanted you to get some exercise, quite candidly.
There's no blood on this. This is safe, sir. What do you want to put that right here?
Wherever you can, wherever it's published, and you have to put it up there.
Thank you, Terry. Snacks for Lucy. Oh, it's like you heard me. Hi. Hi.
Okay. We're gonna leave it there for a second.
What happened to your hair?
I'm sorry, may I approach? I apologize. That's the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes to a Sprint phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that SIM number can be tracked once you have the provider
Yes, sir.
to a particular phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
No, sir.
Fair enough. You can take that SIM card back.
Can I step down, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Now, I'm sorry, tell me when you're ready.
You
Put
got it.
it back in the 115, the bag.
It's gonna take me a few minutes away to the next break. If you want to.
I don't want the clerk to get in trouble, so just
Okay.
put it back in there. Let me return it to the table. The clerk's watching very carefully. Somewhat go in chronological order of your investigation.
So that was the phone talk. Let's see. Closings, day 17.
Is what it is.
Cool.
So
All righty. Stu looking all angry.
Says there was another phone in the vehicle. And he goes and says there was another phone in the vehicle, but it was broken. That's 115? 115. So I can't tell you whose phone that is. Now, we don't have the burden to do anything. If you recall, we asked him to take out the SIM card of this broken phone. And there was a reason for it, to tell you the quality of the investigation. He took out that SIM card, read the serial number from that SIM card, which he had never done until you saw him open his phone in the courtroom. And he agreed that you can take that serial number to T-Mobile, Sprint, and what have you, and determine whose phone is, who is the owner, subscriber, and get a warrant for that phone. You've got warrants on a lot of phones. Get a warrant on this phone if you want to see what it is. Well, he doesn't want to do that because he's afraid. It'll ruin the investigation. That's why I put these two phones separate and apart from all this other stuff. Now, the state said to you, there was no reason, I think was the exact quote, for the Jeep to stop on the side of the road.
Oh, here we're getting into the old, he had to pee. So is this about there being a broken phone in the car? That somebody's trying to say somebody else could have been in the car? Because there's a broken phone in there? The jury said it was, said Juby's phone. Questions. Brady Chargewell, do you think Bortland killed them and is framing Melly? No, it is mathematically and scientifically impossible. That is not even an option. It has been ruled out. Not a possibility. Days 10 and 11. In rear pocket by where Juby sat, that is the only correlation. Yeah. Rolled out by who? Rolled out by science and math, days 10 and 11. Scientifically, not possible. Blood spatter, trajectory, all the stuff that's provable. Okay, I'm so tired of dealing with these, and I'm not trying to be rude to you, but let me break this down for those of y'all joining us. This conversation, this chat is about things that make sense. So let's focus on the stuff that makes sense. The blood spatter, they went through great lengths to show math, science, the things that are provable, the things that are more reliable, other than people who have already been proven to be liars on the stand. Science and math goes beyond that. So let's keep our focus on what makes sense in the real life world, please. Days 10 and 11 went into great detail explaining why this is not a possibility. You can say science and math has been proven wrong before. Science and math. Okay, cool. It could be a different person. Who? Explain it to me. Take all of the evidence. Take all of the evidence, all of the data, all of the things we know. Take every single piece of data that can be proven. Take the timelines. Put in the hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of work that I have put in to show this is not a possibility. And please explain it to me how it can make sense. If you have a way, I will listen. I don't like people coming on here just saying, it doesn't have to be him. If you don't have something to back it up, you can't just come on and say, they could be wrong. You have to, we discuss the different options in here, the different things that you can prove, the different things that you know. If you want to talk about it, fine, give me reasons. Tell me reasons. Give me actual real logic, actual real things that make sense, that fit with data, that can be proven, that make sense and can line up, that will go other than just free Melly, or it could be somebody else. Show me. Show me. The car was stopped. They proved that. The car was stopped and they proved that. They proved that when they stopped on the side of the road out in the Everglades? What was not proved was that Bortland didn't stop the car and get in the back seat and shoot them. Yes, it was proven. Day 10 and 11 in detail, very, very meticulously proven, showing all of days 10 and 11. All of days 10 and 11. The whole days. Thank you, Hot Lips. All I ask. It's literally the only thing I ask in here is that if you have an opinion about something, give me reasons why. Okay, but where's the doubt, Isaac? Explain it to me. If you see doubt, explain it to me. Tell me a different option on how we just went over this, how somebody else could have been in that back seat, how it couldn't have been Melly, how somebody else got in the back seat and then all of a sudden took his phone and was calling, FaceTiming with his face while he's at home. I'm so ready for this damn trial to be over. Thank you, Julie. Julie, you're absolutely right. I don't want a specific verdict. I want truth and I want justice. I never go into a trial wanting a verdict. I want truth and I want justice. That is the only thing I want to focus on this channel is truth and justice. If you have a theory, cool, let me hear it, but tell me why it makes sense. Thank you, Monica. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm about to pop open a bottle of wine right now. Thank you, Monica. Why am I so sure he's guilty and the jury is not so sure? Keep in mind, I've had a lot more time to deliberate than they have. I have gone every single day back over all of the evidence and I have charted everything out. I have put everything into one big timeline. I have done everything to where you can see the entire picture to find the truth. And I have tried to poke holes in it for weeks. They are just now deliberating. Thank you, Lady in Gray. I appreciate that. For some, no evidence is needed. For others, no evidence is ever going to be enough. Yeah, I agree. What happens if someone on the jury actually was a fan already and did not mention this to anyone? They try to weed that out, but if they find out that a juror lied, then they can, that can cause big problems down the road. They've had, verdicts overturned and stuff like that. They try to weed it out, but it's a big problem. Thank you. Fish fry, my problem is when people say opinions but don't say why. I'm tired of all of the coming in here and saying it could be somebody else when they don't have an explanation as to how or why. I want facts. I don't want opinions based on stuff that's not facts. I like I like facts. I want to see it. If I've spent this many weeks and can't find another alternative, then show me. Just show me. I will not have a nervous breakdown if he's found not guilty. Either way, I'm ready for this to be over. I will think that it is sad for the families who did not get justice, but I am only going to have a nervous breakdown if this crap continues. I'm so ready for this to be over. Bye. Blocked. Yes, we are going to follow up on that too. That we have to. That was our first trial that we streamed. If this is welcome, Brenda. First of all, I'm glad you were gifted a membership. And the eyebrows it's a verdict tradition. Wish we could tip the mods. Me too. Our mods are literally the best. I would have quit if I was them a long time ago. They're incredible. Somebody pops top. Like it's Saturday. Yeah, they can't enter it as evidence now. The sim. Thank you, Evangeline. Personally, Peachy, let me explain again. I am not mad that people don't believe what I believe. I am mad when people tell me that there is reasonable doubt but can't give me any reasonable explanations or reasonable scenarios. Debbie, thank you. I love this button. I gotta get more sound effects. They're so fun. Thank you, Debbie. Y'all are the best. Um, let's see. No Twitter updates that I see. Trying to find out what's going on. But to be fair, you said the defense was good. The defense said 13 other people could have done it. And if you follow what you believe and not the evidence, you follow that. Disagree. Two things can be true at the same time. They can be good defense attorneys, but a good defense attorney can't make somebody innocent. They can only do the best of their ability. Let's see. What do mermaids use to wash their tails? Tide. We have there's a restaurant here that has mermaids out there sometimes that you can come take pictures with and stuff. If he's found guilty, will they move to a sentencing phase regarding the death penalty by the jury, or will the judge decide that? Yeah, the jury will do it and vote on it. Like they'll go through that phase and they'll vote on it. And then they'll make their recommendation to the judge, and then the judge can either take or reject their recommendation. Normally they take it. I keep refreshing to see if they give it any more Twitter updates, but none yet. Take a shot and do a squat.
The State of Florida versus Jamel Dennis, President of the defendant, this counsel, and the Assistant State Attorney General. Counsel, sidewalk, please.
I love these. I love that. Thank you, Mamie P. Sidebar. Oh, that's funny. He did a sidebar, and I literally had just said, take a shot, do a squat. It's like we talked it up. I keep refreshing to see if there's any court updates on Twitter.
Thank you.
Gary, what would you say?
Trying to catch up on chat. Thanks, y'all.
Jurors entering.
Oh, let me move myself back over. Forget. Let's.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, this counsel, this state attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. Ladies and gentlemen, receive a jury inquiry form. It indicates that after further discussions, reviewing the evidence and speaking freely amongst the jury, you are still unable to reach a unanimous decision. So at this time, what I am going to do is just declare mistrial, the case is mistrial, and indicate to you that how much we appreciate the fact that you were here and willing to serve. One thing I try to tell jurors at the beginning of the trial process, all through board hire, is how much we appreciate the fact that you're here and willing to serve. Our system doesn't work without getting people from the community to come in here and listen to the facts of the case and make decisions. These type of decisions, they're hard decisions. And we very much appreciate the fact that you gave us the time because we've been here a long time. We understand that. You gave us the time and you put your best effort to see if you can bring the case to a resolution. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to happen. But I want to thank you again for your time and consideration of the case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and vote should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you about the trial. However, you may speak with the lawyers or anyone else about the trial. You also have a right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with you. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror or not. And again, I want to thank you very much for your time and attention. It's very much appreciated. You're free to go. All right, score time. Thank you, ladies.
Yes, he goes back to jail. After only 14 hours.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the juror stepped out. Counsel may want to defend. So, regarding the exhibits, counsel, how do you want to handle that? Now or later time? I don't know. You had some exhibits today. Whatever defense exhibits. All right. So, how do you want to address this now, counsel?
And you set as deadline date, you pick, we have to start within 90 days, unless you have to waive that.
We're not prepared to make that decision right now. I would ask that we set this in a week for our status.
City, any objection to that?
Okay.
So why don't we put it on the docket for next Friday?
Just check to make sure we're all available.
You said here.
I see. Thereabouts.
It's not a problem.
Let's see, 28. 28?
Is that good?
Is that good? That's good for any?
I know at least this, sir. I will see what you do, so that's good enough.
Is it good?
Yes.
You're already around 28, so.
Is that okay?
I'll leave it good.
Yes.
We're all good?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's see you back to 28. All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
you give them a notice? Thank you. Appreciate it all.
Thank you.
Not much, yeah.
She's doing a great job at blocking that. Yes, they can. They have 90 days. But they put it on the docket for next Friday to. He's grinning big. I feel really bad for the families. No, he just if they won't just let him go free. Let's see. He says let's see. You want to hear what he said again?
Thank you. Indicates that after further discussions, reviewing the evidence and speaking freely amongst the jurors, we are still unable to reach a unanimous decision. So at this time, what I'm going to do is just declare a mistrial, the case was mistried, and indicate to you that how much we appreciate the fact that you were here and willing to serve. One thing I try to tell jurors is that
But he said they cannot reach a decision. So this time I'm going to pronounce mistrial. Um, let's see. Same. Actually, it's 1:15 and it's still pretty outside. I'm about to go out to the beach. That's my biggest problem with all this is families having to. I'm curious to know what they were caught up on, because they didn't look. They spent 14 hours deliberating on this. I spent weeks with a computer and spreadsheets. So I'm curious what parts they were hung up on. Taylor says, I'm a bondsman. No way will he get bail. Not a chance. Thank you, Law Nerd Amber. Beach time and cuddles with Lucy. Especially the beach time. Oh, gosh. We got so caught up on this. I forgot all about Schabusiness. Okay. I'll do this before we end. We will go over the court paper. It's gruesome. So if y'all aren't into that, this is not the paper you want to hear. Thank you, Charlie Champ. Appreciate you too. Probably who was in the back seat. Interesting. Since we saw the video. Kathleen, thank you. I hope they take the death penalty off the table as well. Our next trial starts Monday. That's the one we're about to go over the papers for it, and it's a doozy. There ain't no chance they're going to let him bond out. No chance. This is a death penalty case, so they're not going to let. They'll file for it. They'll definitely ask. Defense will definitely ask. But I've said from the beginning, I don't think this should be a death penalty case. But I also don't think they'll grant him bond. Hot lips, thank you. Love that. What did the judge say about next week? They're going to do a status hearing. So they'll ask to get, you see Lucy walking down the hall? Yeah. Since I got this desk and moved things around, you can see like a little corner of my hall right here when everything's big. So you can see her wandering around. They will do a status hearing, and it's going to be on Friday. So we'll take a look at it. But the chances of me covering this trial again, I don't know that I can handle I'll say this. If I cover this trial again, it will be a members only chat. Thank you, Amos. Send all your documentation to the prosecutors. Love you, Brandi. I love you too. Thank you. Yep, jurors could not make up their minds. So, mistrial. Let's see. They have 90 days to go through that whole process of starting this back up. But keep in mind, though, like we said earlier, 90 days is about when, that's when Bortland's trial is going to be starting. So. Oh, the sidebars, though. The law did not change on the death penalty after jury selection. I think it was passed before, but this is the first case here since it passed. First death penalty case here since it passed. Congrats on the 1 whole month anniversary. I have to pull. What is happening? I have to pull up my other screen because now I can't pull up. It's happening. Technical difficulties. Let's see. Now it's gone. Having membership problems. Kaylin, we've heard this a lot too. Like a lot. All right. Okay, so let me pull up the who would want to be a juror in this case? Nobody, literally nobody. I've heard people say statistically that mistrials are usually when they're retried have gone in favor of the state. All right, let me pull up the court documents. Y'all, this gets crazy. One thing I am excited about with this trial is not the gore, but the fact that at least we know who did it. And that part is not an argument. All right, let's see. Who is yelling in the hallway? Y'all hear Lucy? She's mad at him, whoever it is. She's like, y'all can't be yelling in my hallway. Oh, let's see. All right. So it ain't good, y'all. But let's take a look. Let's take a look, shall we, with my big old eyebrows. Brandi Malcolm says, I am shocked at the amount of people on Twitter who do not understand the legal system and think he is now free. Yeah. Yeah, people were already retweeting my stuff saying they're so excited that he's coming home. And that's not how it works. There's a whole process. But, you know, those are the same people who constantly want to argue the same thing, but never have anything to back it up. I just like facts. I like reasons. Let's see. Jay, thank you. Y'all are awesome today. I'm getting used to that over and over. Typically, it's the prosecution that does better the second time around, but the defense did so little and got a mistrial the second time around would probably be in their favor. What I don't know is, and I would like to talk to attorneys about this part. If like all of the arguments that they had before about what can and can't be allowed in, if they have to go back through that stuff. I want to ask an attorney that. That part makes me really curious. So we'll see. Let's see. I agree. I wonder how they will feel when they see the holdouts, like, or all the evidence that they were excluded from. Are you going to stream the retrial? If I do, it will be a members only chat. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if I can go through this shit again, honestly. Let's see. Do gifted members count as members? Yes, they do. All righty. All right. So let's look at Schabusiness. So this is disturbing, to say the least. But let's read over her documents, because this is the one that's going to start on Monday. This is the one that we listened to some of the hearing for yesterday. So the above named defendant. Okay, so intent to kill. This is just going over the charge part. All right, so here's a probable cause, and this is, it's a lot, y'all. The complainant being duly sworn on oath swears that, okay. Complainant's review of the report of Officer Alex of the Green Bay Police Department, which indicates that on February 23rd at about 3:25 a.m., Officer Wanish, whatever, was dispatched to a residence that is located in the city of Green Bay for a report of a severed head being found in a bucket in the basement. They allowed officers in the residence. There was plastic. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, there was a plastic bucket on the floor. He observed a shower or beach towel over the bucket. He lifted the towel and observed a human head inside of the bucket. He looked around the room and observed what appeared to be dried blood on a nearby mattress. He went into the, let's see, this is, okay, so he goes and talks to Schabusiness. Taylor is her name. And, oh, I see. Oh, I guess a lot of y'all are coming in now and missed it. We have a mistrial in Melly. So now we're going over Schabusiness so that we can be prepared for what we're in store for on Monday. The jurors, where'd it go? The jurors could not come to a agreement, so it's a mistrial. Alrighty, let's see. So Officer Russell learned that there was a van associated with Schabusiness, reviewed a prior photograph. As officers inspected the van, Officer Russell saw Schabusiness emerge from, eating my hair, from the apartment building, and upon seeing officers, she stopped. Officer Russell could see that Schabusiness had what appeared to be dried blood on the front of her black hooded sweatshirt, as well as her black sweatpants. Officer Russell later found Schabusiness's hands appeared to be smeared with blood as well, and there was also what looked like dried blood on the back of her sweatshirt. Officer asked her if she knew why officers were there, and she stated something that sounded like, because of my warrant for my arrest. Oh. There you go. Alrighty. Because of a warrant for my arrest. Okay, so complainant's review of the report of Detective, of Green Bay Police Department indicates that Detective received additional information that TP told patrol officers that Schabusiness's van, which had been parked outside her address for a day or so, was gone. Patrol and other detectives were at an address on Eastman Avenue where the van Schabusiness had been using was parked and where Schabusiness had been taken into custody, and the van was later examined. Detective reports that in the rear passenger seat, behind the driver's seat, there was a crock pot box. The medical examiner went to the box, which was on top of a laundry basket of clothes, and located additional human body parts, including legs. So in her van, she has a crock pot box in her back seat with legs. So yeah. Your complainant's review of the report of Detective Phil, whatever, indicates detective summarized evidence obtained during a search warrant executed at the residence in the city of Green Bay, Wisconsin, where the victim was located. Thank you. Look. Oksana, thank you. Love your coverage, Brandi. Thanks for your dedication and all the hard work you put into your channel. Not surprised with the mistrial. Hopefully the state will drop the death penalty and use your charts next time around. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate the support. I'm hoping that they drop death penalty too. I don't like this being a death penalty case at all. But thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, so detective reports that during the search, a human head severed from the neck was located in a bucket in the basement near the stairs. The head was identified visually in comparison with a prior photograph of the victim, and it was confirmed to be the victim. There was visual evidence of strangulation observed. Also located in the same bucket was a male organ, along with body fluid and 2 knives. Other body parts were found in the basement in other bags, including plastic shopping bags, along with 3 knives, including a bread knife consistent with kitchen knives. Located in a storage tote, an upper torso was located. The upper torso had numerous rigid cuts at the site where the head was removed, consistent with the separated head. Also located in the tote was a carving knife consistent with a kitchen knife and several internal organs. Also located in the search was what appeared to be significant blood staining on an unsheeted top bed mattress, along with what appeared to be a site of previously cleaned up blood on a concrete surface next to and under a significant portion of the bed. Evidence of drug use was observed in the open on the top of the entertainment center, including a glass pipe and a gym bag containing light-colored powder material. Also observed was evidence of blood around a stand-up shower located in the unfinished portion of the basement, and what appeared to be numerous blood drops were visible on the concrete floor in front of the shower that appeared to have been partially wiped or washed away. The detective reports that during the search, he stayed in contact with Detective Graff and Kemp, who at the time were questioning Schabusiness. The detective reports that based on Schabusiness's statements and officers' observations at the scene, they found information Schabusiness was saying to be consistent with officers' findings during the search of the basement. So on February 23rd of 2022, Detective Graff reports that he met with the victim's mother, TP is what they're calling her. TP stated that around 9:30 on Monday, Taylor came and picked up the victim. She stated that that was the last time that she saw the victim alive. She said that her boyfriend told her that sometime Monday night into Tuesday, the victim and Schabusiness returned to the home and went to the basement. TP believed that Schabusiness and the victim were in the basement during the day on Tuesday. She said that she did not go into the basement, but she did recall hearing Schabusiness talking at one point. She said that her and her boyfriend were out of the house during the day Tuesday. She said that there was a minivan parked on the road in front of the house during that time, and she was not sure if it was Schabusiness's or not. TP stated that sometime between 2:30 and 3 a.m. that morning on the 23rd, she was awoken by a storm door being slammed. She stated that she heard a vehicle and she assumed it was Schabusiness. She stated that she got out of bed and saw the light in the basement was still on. She went to see if the victim was still there because she thought Schabusiness had left, and she went into the basement, did not see anyone, so she started to walk back up the stairs, and that was when she noticed a bucket next to the bottom of the stairs. She stated she removed a blanket that was over the bucket and she discovered the head of the victim. Now, y'all, this is a mother who went into her basement because she heard noises, and this is her son's head in the bucket. Could you imagine? No, I can't imagine. To live with that for the rest of your life. I can't even. Okay, so detective reports that he was then informed that Schabusiness was located by patrol officers and brought to the station. She had a large amount of what he believed to be blood on her clothing. She had a cut on her left thumb, some scratches on her arms, and she said that they were self-inflicted. And they also noticed on her hands, a red substance stain that they believed to be blood. The detective spoke with Schabusiness after advising her of her rights. He told her that a few hours ago, officers were sent to a residence in Green Bay in which the head of the victim was found, and her response was, "That is pretty effed up." Detective Graff asked Schabusiness if she knew the victim, and she said she did. He confirmed with her that she lives on Eastman Avenue and that the van was located where the van located there was her roommate's. Confirmed that she drove the van to Eastman Avenue early in the morning. Detective Graff asked where the rest of the victim's body was, and she stated that it was still in the basement. He asked her to tell him what happened, and her first comments were, "That's a good question," because she had apparently blacked out during that time. He asked if it was just her and the victim in the basement, and she said that it was, and that nobody else had come down. Schabusiness stated that she and the victim were smoking the bitch, which Detective Graff was able to clarify with Schabusiness that he believed she was referring to methamphetamine. I've never heard that before. That's a new one. Learn something new and educational every day. Schabusiness stated that the victim had a chain that he put around his neck, stated that the victim had a chain that he had put around his neck. She stated that they were getting into sexual intercourse. The strangulation was part of it. And she said that she and the victim had used strangulation during sex in the past. he questioned, he asked Schabusiness questions about her using the minivan and asked if she and the victim had contact with anybody when they first got back to the house. Oh my gosh. Then she made the statement, "Damn, the head. I can't believe I left the head though." Are you kidding me? Referring to the victim's head. A detective asked her where the rest of the body was, and she stated that it was in the basement. She responded that the police were going to have fun trying to find all of the organs. She dismembered the body. She said that all of the parts should be in the basement. She said there should be a foot or a leg in the minivan. They asked what she did with the head, and she said she put it in a black bucket and put a blanket over it. Asked how she dismembered everything, and she said that she used knives obtained from the kitchen residence and that a bread knife worked best because of the blade, and that the knives should be in a black bag along with the body parts in the basement. She indicated that she would use whatever bag she found in the basement to place the parts into. She made the comment that at one point she did get paranoid and lazy, and that she thought it was the dope that was making her paranoid. She described she and the victim were in the basement and that the victim produced 2 chains, one for him and one for her. Described the chains at the time as being chain link and silver. She would later describe the chains as being like a dog choke collar. She stated that she just went crazy, referring to strangling him. And at one point during the interview, she said that she could feel his heart beating still as she was choking. So she kept pulling and doing it harder, but the victim just would not kick the bucket, and he kept rebuilding into muscle. The detective asked what point did she know that he was not alive anymore, and she said that his face turned purple, blood was coming out of his mouth, but she did not stop. He asked what she did after he was gone, and she said that she then played with his body, that she sucked his parts, and that that she had a toy that she put in his mouth and then in his fanny, and asked the detective asked if when she was choking him if he tried to fight back at all, and she said yes he did. Schabusiness stated that she and a friend picked up the victim in the minivan, and after picking up the drugs, the 3 of them went to the Eastman Avenue apartment. She said that her friend and the victim smoked marijuana, and that she and the victim smoked some methamphetamine. The friend left, and then Schabusiness reported that she then shot up herself and the victim with trazodone. She said that she and the victim left her apartment on Eastman Avenue and drove to his mom's house in the minivan. They went into the basement. She said that his mom's boyfriend let her and the victim into the house. She said it was about 5 minutes after they arrived that the victim pulled out the chains, and that's when she began to choke him. She describes it as the victim lying face down on the bed with her on top of him, pulling on the end of it. He coughed up blood, and she was just waiting for him to be unalived. while she was watching his face. She made the comment that she was already this far, so she just kept on referring to choking him. She said in a lower tone of voice, "Yeah, I liked it." The detective believed her to be referring to when she was choking the victim. She said that she thought it took 3 to 5 minutes for him to pass. Detective clarified with Schabusiness that when the victim began to cough up blood, she just did keep on choking him because she wanted to see what happens. She made comments that she blacked out while choking him, but when she woke up, he was already purple, so she just kept going. She said that she enjoyed choking him and made comments to the detective asking if they knew what it was like to love something so much that you kill it. She said that she played with his body for like 2 or 3 hours, which included sucking and putting the toy in his mouth and his fanny. She clarified she was in the basement with the victim all during the day of Tuesday into Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning, and then dismembered him. She stated the plan was for her to bring all of the body parts with her, but she got lazy and only ended up putting the leg or foot in the van, and then she forgot the head. She made comments that she did not mean to kill him, but as she was choking him, she liked it and she would just keep doing it. She said she was not prepared to do it because it was random. She said that she had his body on the bed in the basement and that she pulled him to the edge and then put the black bucket underneath as she was taking that off. She also talked about using a bucket and a tote to catch the blood and that she would use the shower in the basement to dump out the bucket. She was asked if she thought it was the right thing to do, and her comment was that she did it anyway. So that's that. That's that. So yeah. Selena, it does sound like a horror movie. It does. She originally pled not guilty, and now it's not guilty by way of insanity. So here's the thing about this one. It is gory. When they do the days of the medical examiner stuff, it is going to not be fun. But this is one where, I really am hoping for justice for this mom. They've tried to see if she was competent to stand trial multiple times, and she has been said to be competent every single time, except for this time. They had one of the doctors who spoke to her said that she was not, but then the other one said yes, she is, and they had a hearing on it yesterday, gave all the reasons, and the judge said that they are going to go forward with the trial. So it starts on Monday, 8:15 Wisconsin time. I think Wisconsin is 1 hour ahead of me. So I think it would be 9:15 my time, I think. But 8:15 Wisconsin time. So she's had, thank you. I didn't know how many it was, Cindy. She's had 5 evaluations. So, she's competent. And Wisconsin's in my time zone. Shit. So I have another 8 a.m. trial. What am I doing with my life? For some reason, I was thinking it was an hour different. Oh crap. I'm Central time zone too, so that means that once again I'm doing an 8 a.m. trial, and I'll have to be up every morning. I'm up anyway, though, I guess, so it doesn't matter. So here's my thoughts on this one. It's Saturday. I swear a little bit more on Saturdays, apparently. So here's my thoughts on this one. The medical examiner day will be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. If anybody who is, queasy about that kind of thing, medical examiner days will not be your day. Angie Barr, you're going to have to rely on your recollection for that. So I would recommend on those days, maybe not your thing. Maybe, maybe those are the days that you can come hang out and chat with us, but maybe mute it. Maybe, they won't show anything gory on there. And even if they did, I wouldn't show it. But there will be explanations about, stuff going on, and, it won't be great. The reason that this one is going to be incredibly interesting to me is, them going over the insanity part of it. It's going to be interesting. And, is this going to be like another Letitia Stalk kind of, ridiculous insanity thing? Or is this going to be like, real or what? So I'll be curious to see that. It is scheduled to last 1 week. They have it on the docket all next week. So we will see how that goes. Here's the thing. It says, I don't believe she was mentally ill at the time of the murders from what I've read. That's why I wish it was death penalty. So, I think that based on the way she, answered the questions, to me, it doesn't sound like she was mentally ill either. Hi, yes. Mentally ill, no. Schabusiness, will Schabusiness trial be members only here on your stream, or can we all join? You can all join. Everything I've done on here has been for everybody. The only reason that I would consider doing members only for the Melly trial again is because of the ungodly amount of trolls. I don't mind people with opposing opinions as long as we are having discussions and, there are reasons that you think things. I've said it on here a million times. I like people who disagree, with my viewpoint on things because I want to hear from other perspectives. But it's not the other views that have driven me to the point of, anger today. It has been the crazy amount of trolls. So if I decide that I am mentally competent enough to cover another Melly trial, it would be members only. But this one will be for everybody. Let's see. So yeah. So we'll start this one on Monday morning. We will probably just start. I'm not going to start way soon before that. If it starts at 8:15, we'll probably start at 8 Central Time, so 9 Eastern. And then, go over some of this. I'll have to change my settings because this one is going to be a little bit more spicy than some of the other ones that we've done. So I'll have to change my settings so they don't kick us off, kick us offline. But we'll get through it. It'll be interesting to see if, if they have a case when it comes to proving her, insane, or if they just are stretching it like they did with Letitia. So I'm curious, very curious. My degree's in psychology, so this is the kind of stuff that really interests me. So I'm curious to see, what they have to say about it. So I am going to get out of here. It is 2:00, so I still have a couple hours of good sunshine that I can go enjoy on the beach, and get away from all the murdery stuff for a little while. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. This trial is one that the Melly trial is one that I am so glad is over. I think that it was it was great for some things because we have we gained a lot of new members from it who are able to come in and have great discussions about different views and stuff like that. And I love it when our family grows, but it was also the longest trial ever with the sidebars and the craziness and the publicity of it and all of that. It was just, it's one that I am not sad to see go. So Monday will be a whole new ball game. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Please don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for reporting to Saturday jury duty, and I will see y'all on Monday morning.